It's a great pleasure to welcome you to Deep Shift into the Ocean, which is the opening symposium for our new exhibition, Into the Ocean Journey Beneath. And this is an exhibition that's presented in collaboration with global nonprofit ocean exploration initiative, OceanX. Today we gather around a subject that is deeply familiar, but also quite profoundly mysterious. The ocean covers more than 70% of our planet. It regulates climate, sustains biodiversity, and it generates much of the oxygen that we breathe. But so much of it still remains unknown. Large parts of the deep ocean have never been directly observed, and many of the systems that sustain marine life lie beyond ordinary human perception. And so the ocean is not just a domain of scientific study, but it's also a space that's continually imagined, interpreted, and redefined. And it asks us to think across scales, from microscopic organisms to planetary systems, from deep geological time to the environmental transformations that are unfolding in our own lifetimes. And these questions sit at the heart of Into the Ocean Journey Beneath exhibition. Developed with OceanX, this show traces a journey from the ocean's deepest reaches to its surface, bringing together scientific research, exploration, natural history, and contemporary art and immersive media to reveal the ocean as an interconnected system upon which all life depends. And during the development of the exhibition, as well as its accompanying programs, one thing became very clear to the museum team, that no single discipline can fully account for this kind of complexity. Science enables us to observe and understand marine systems with precision, but at the same time, artists and cultural practitioners, they help us engage with dimensions that data alone cannot always convey: wonder, empathy, uncertainty, and the capacity to imagine different kinds of relationships with the world around us. And so today's symposium emerges from this intersection. Across the afternoon, we will hear from scientists, artists, researchers, educators, and advocates, and their work reflects different ways of sensing, understanding, and engaging with marine environments. The first part of today's program, it explores how knowledge of the ocean is formed across scientific, ecological, as well as curatorial practices. And in conjunction with World Ocean Day, we are honored to host a very special convening of leaders from Singapore's science and conservation communities to reflect on ocean literacy and stewardship. The second half of the program would then turn toward artistic practices and approaches, and we would explore how sound, light, data, and experiential technologies can make perceptible aspects of the ocean that might otherwise remain unseen or unheard. And taken together, all these conversations hopefully invite us to think of the ocean as a dynamic, interdependent system that continuously reshapes how we understand our own relationship to the planet. And before we begin, we'd like to offer just one thought to hold through the afternoon. Conversations about the environment are often framed through language of crisis, urgency, and these are, of course, essential, but they're not always sufficient on their own. How we care for the ocean is shaped by how we perceive it and whether we recognize ourselves as part of the systems that sustain it. So the program today very much comes from this place, and how might an exhibition then bring together scientific exploration, artistic inquiry, and public experience to create different ways of encountering the ocean and make visible the environments that are largely out of sight and out of reach. And hopefully we get to explore these questions across the two sessions today. To begin, we have Magdalena Magiera, the Senior Manager of Exhibitions at ArtScience Museum, who will introduce the exhibition as well as the ideas that have shaped it. And following this, we will hear from Professor Tit Meng Lim, the APAC Regional Executive Director of OceanX Education, and his work with the initiative focuses on expanding public engagement with ocean exploration and learning. And first of all, I'm really delighted to welcome Magda to the stage for our presentation.
Thank you, Sin. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining us for today's symposium. I'm delighted to introduce Into the Ocean, Journey Beneath, an immersive exhibition that invites visitors to dive into the ocean's depth and discover why it matters to all of us. Together, we'll take a deep dive into the ocean's wonder and explore how science, art, and storytelling come together in this experience. We live at a moment when environmental change is accelerating. The ocean regulates climate, produces oxygen, and supports biodiversity, yet much of it remains unexplored and increasingly vulnerable. This exhibition responds to that urgency by making the invisible visible. Into the Ocean, Journey Beneath, presented by ArtScience Museum in partnership with OceanX, is not a traditional exhibition. Visitors don't just learn, they experience the ocean through large-scale projections, sound, interactivity, smell, and artistic installations. The exhibition brings together scientists, artists, researchers to tell one unified story. We are proud to partner with OceanX, a global initiative dedicated to the ocean exploration and conservation, which was founded in 2016 by Ray and Mark Dalio. Through their research vessel, the Ocean Explorer, they combine science, technology, and storytelling to bring the deep ocean to the public. Beyond exploration, OceanX is committed to education and training future ocean leaders, raising awareness of the ocean's vital role in sustaining life and driving a sustainable future. Visitors explore the ocean through a unique blend of science, art, and technology. The exhibition features over 49 specimens from the Lachlan Natural History Museum, alongside extensive OceanX footage, capturing more than 80 species, from regional waters in Malaysia to oceans around the world. It brings together 5 artists and 2 collectives. 4 interactive installations, together with immersive multisensory environments, including sound and scent, invite visitors to experience the ocean's beauty and fragility in a vivid and engaging way. At its core, the exhibition is about ocean literacy, understanding how deeply connected we are to the ocean. It shows how the ocean shapes our climate, supports life, and is affected by human activity. The goal is not just awareness, but understanding and responsibility. Throughout the exhibition, we wanted to reflect on the 7 ocean literacy principles, simple ideas that explain how the ocean shapes our lives and how we, in turn, impact the ocean. These principles, developed by ocean scientists, educators, and policymakers, guide ocean literacy. One ocean, many futures. Earth has one interconnected ocean, a vast system with diverse regions and characteristics. 2. Ocean shapes Earth. The ocean and its life forms sculpt the planet, physical features over time. 3. Climate connection. The ocean drives weather patterns and regulates Earth climate. 4. Habitability. The ocean makes Earth livable, providing essential conditions for life. 5. Biodiversity. It supports an extraordinary diversity of life and ecosystems. 6. Human-ocean interconnection. Humans and the ocean are deeply linked. Our actions impact its health, and its health impacts ours. Last but not least, unexplored frontiers. Despite its importance, most of the ocean remains undiscovered. Into the Ocean, Journey Beneath unfolds as a guided descent through the ocean's vertical layers. We begin with the descent, stepping into an OceanX submersible to start our dive. In the photic zone, the sunlit layer, we encounter vibrant ecosystems and discover how the ocean sustains life and shapes our climate. As light fades, we enter the twilight zone, where marine life adapts to extreme conditions, and we explore the ocean's influence on global systems. Deeper, still, the aphotic zone brings us into complex darkness, revealing the ocean's most unexplored frontiers through OceanX groundbreaking research and technologies. Finally, in Resurface, we return to the surface, invited to reflect, reconnect, and consider our role in protecting this fragile, life-sustaining ocean. Across the exhibition, visitors move between scales from scientific specimens to immersive environments that bring coral reefs and the deep sea to life. They can experience how whales perceive the world in Marshmallow Laser Feast, seeing echoes in the mind of a whale, encounter rare footage by OceanX, and engage with interactive works, from discovering marine creatures to tracking environmental DNA. The exhibition also features artists such as Jana Winderen, whose sound works reveals underwater acoustic ecologies, Sissel Tolas, who uses scent to evoke marine environments, and Marco Barotti's choral sonic resilience, which explores acoustic enrichment by using sound to support and regenerate coral reef ecosystems. Together, these works create a journey that is both visually striking and scientifically grounded. A key strength of the exhibition lies in bringing artists and scientists into the same space. Each work translates research into something sensory and emotional, inviting visitors to feel, hear, and interact with ocean systems, like Flock Off by bit.studio, or the work Lucida by Lachlan Turczan explores the behavior of light and water, whereas Robertina Šebjanič explores the invisible life of aquatic ecologies. Some works are also rooted in real conservation efforts, connecting artistic experience with ongoing scientific research and action. The final part of the journey encourages reflection and action. Visitors learn about the OceanX team and conservation efforts, including the development of a seagrass nursery prototype as part of our collaboration with WWF Singapore, and are invited to consider their own role in protecting the ocean. We hope visitors leave not just inspired, but motivated. This immersive journey aims to foster ocean stewardship, empowering each of us to help safeguard our planet's most precious resource for generations to come. Into the Ocean Journey Beneath extends into the art science encounter space, filling the oculus with Jana Winderen's second commissioned work. Her fascination with marine ecologies is brought into dialogue with the oculus, striking architecture, shaping an ascent from the ocean's depths to the surface. The sound installation transforms her ongoing exploration of unheard underwater environments into a deeply immersive sonic experience. And with this, we invite everyone to dive in, explore, and reconnect with the ocean. I'd like to close this sharing with OceanX's inspiring mission statement: to create a world where the oceans and humanity thrive together. For the ocean, for humanity, for our future. Thank you.
Well, very good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to ArtScience Museum for the invitation to be part of Deep Shift. Today, I'd like to share some reflections from the OceanX perspective on how our relationship with the ocean is changing and how science, education, storytelling, and immersive technologies are beginning to reshape the way people understand and engage with marine science. I've made use of the title of this symposium, Deep Shift, and I want to look at the shift from ocean curiosity to ocean careers to ocean changemaker, and later shifting these frames to what we call the blue future. I want to explore how the frames through which we experience the ocean are shifting today, from scientific exploration and research to education, public engagement, and the development of future ocean leaders and changemakers. And I think this is especially relevant in the context of today's symposium, which asks us to reconsider how the ocean is sensed, interpreted, and understood across scientific, artistic, and technological perspective. I'll start off with the color blue. I don't know what triggers you when you talk about blue. To me, blue reminds me of a song. Blue, blue, my world is blue. Some of you can sing that song, but some of you are just too young to know this song. Okay. And when you talk about blue, blue also somehow is associated with this mood of sadness. We talk about the Monday blues. We talk about the blue feeling. And in music, literature, and art, blue has often been symbolized of to symbolize loneliness, distance, and melancholy. Sorry. And even Picasso had this period of blue. He used blue to paint things, known as his blue period. The shades of blue were used to express poverty, grief, and emotional hardship. But I'd like to shift that to look at blue as something more positive. When we think about the ocean today, blue is increasingly associated with different ideas, blue futures, blue carbon, blue innovations, and blue sustainability. The ocean is no longer viewed simply as a distant backdrop to our human activities. It is increasingly recognized as a center to climate systems, food security, biodiversity, economic resilience, and the future of sustainable development. Blue is increasingly associated with responsibility, opportunities, sustainability, and shared futures. I think this reflects a much broader change in how humanity is beginning to think about the ocean itself. So we hear so much about the blue economy. The term blue futures are now becoming quite common in our conversation. And we cannot ignore the ocean any longer. And we can never take it for granted. And that's the whole idea of blue economy. Just like I was sharing with my colleagues, at the turn of the millennium, we started to look at the life science revolution. We talk about biomedical and life science industries because it impacts life so much that it is part and parcel of our social living, the way we run businesses, and so on and so forth. And it's high time for us to look at the ocean with this kind of perspective that is so important, because for a long time, humanity behaved as though the ocean was simply too vast for us to fail it, or it's always there. You know, we assume it's always there to absorb what we discarded, recover from what we extracted, and continue sustaining life without any consequences. We just abused the ocean. But we now understand we understand much more clearly that the ocean is actually under a lot of pressure. We are seeing declining marine ecosystems, biodiversity loss, warming seas, pollutions, habitat destruction, and growing stress on fisheries and coastal communities, including fishing communities, we human beings. And these changes are not isolated environmental issues. They directly affect economies, food systems, climate resilience, national security, and long-term human well-being, you and I. At the same time, countries around the world are asking an important question. How do we build sustainable futures that continue to rely on the ocean without repeating the patterns that damaged it in the first place? That conversation has helped bring terms like blue economy, blue future into our global focus. This is the decade ocean. We really have to look at it seriously. So the blue economy is about balancing economic development with long-term ocean stewardship. It's important word, stewardship. Healthy ocean systems are fundamental to sustainable growth, climate resilience, food security, and long-term human prosperity. Temasek coined this term, eco-prosperity, prosperity based on ecology. I think the ocean is a big part of that eco-prosperity. And whether we are discussing climate, biodiversity, renewable energy, food security, coastal resilience, or scientific discovery, the ocean now sits at the center of many of the defining challenges and opportunities of this century. Even today, however, we know very little about the ocean. And how little is little? Recently, there's a report by this scientist, marine scientist. Her name is Katie Croft Bell, and she is from the Ocean Discovery League. She did a very thorough study to find out exactly how much we know, or more of how little do we really know. And her survey and report shows that 99.999% of the deep sea floor has never been visually observed by humans. Just pause for a moment and think about that. 70% or more of planet Earth is the ocean, and yet so few of us have actually seen it physically with our own eyes. And in many ways, we still know more about the surface of some planets and moons than we do about the large part of our own neighborhood, our own ocean. And part of the challenge is simply scale. The ocean covers more than 70% of Earth's surface, and much of it exists under extreme pressure, darkness, cold temperature, and conditions that are difficult and expensive to access. The deeper we go, the harder the exploration becomes. But this lack of visibility also affects public understanding. People tend to care about what they can see, experience, and relate to directly. And part of the purpose of this exhibition is to bring that closer to our people so that you can at least see, hear, experience, and relate somewhat to our heart. When ocean systems remain physically distant or scientifically abstract, it becomes harder to communicate why they matter. Ocean exploration, scientific research, and ocean literacy are deeply connected challenges, and we really have to bring them together and don't just keep them in scientific journal, but bring it out to the audience like the ones in this museum. And even a marine biologist, Silver Earp, she's really very dedicated, she's very senior, but she truly believes in we really must understand the ocean, urgently so. And she has famously said this and been quoted many times, we know the surface of Mars better than our ocean floor. And then she added on to say that you can't care about some things you don't know. And therefore, she's a strong advocate. She wants to push for deeper studies and understanding and communication of the ocean. Because the ocean is the life support system of our planet. It regulates climate, it influences our weather, it produces oxygen, it supports life, abundantly so. And think about it, the way our world evolved, the way we developed, a lot depending on the seas and oceans. We have invested enormous resources into exploring space and understanding distant planets, while large parts of our own ocean remains unseen, unmapped, and poorly understood. And therefore, she said that we really have to push for that. And that is also why OceanX have got this mission and vision. And as what Magda just shared earlier, that our mission in OceanX is to unlock the ocean's sustainable potential. And our vision is that we want to create a world where humanity and the oceans thrive together in reciprocity. What I think is important about this vision is that it recognizes the relationship between people and the ocean, and we are so deeply connected to each other. The ocean is not separate from our human systems. And because of that, the future of humanity is closely tied to the future health of the ocean. I sometimes told my colleagues, if the ocean is not happy, don't expect us to be happy. Sooner or later, we'll be very unhappy. So it's only when the ocean is happy that we can have a happy future. And scientific research helps deepen our understanding of the ocean systems, but we need education. Education and public engagement then help translate the understanding into broader awareness and stewardship. And one way of education, very powerfully so, is through storytelling and immersive experiences. Because it's through storytelling, it's through art-science fusion, through immersive experiences, that we can make complex marine systems more visible and accessible to the wider audience. Together, these areas support what we believe is essential for the blue futures. A society that understands the ocean well enough to value it, care for it, and make informed decisions about its future. And that is one of the reasons why OceanX education plays such an important role within the broader OceanX mission. And we have the asset, the Ocean Explorer, the research vessels, and some of you have the privilege of being on the Ocean Explorer. And it is like a floating university. It has a state-of-art research labs, including media, dry lab, eDNA sequencing, and we have all kinds of submersible robotic ROV, and to do all kinds of advanced research on the ship as if the ship is a floating university with all kinds of lab and facility with experts in there. And we can do very sophisticated acoustic mapping of the seafloor, and we have mission control integration and media production infrastructure to even do live streaming. We collect live data, we can process data and so on, while on the move in the expedition. This environmental and research and deep sea exploration research capability and assets allow us to assess environments that are otherwise invisible to most people. They allow us to observe deep sea ecosystems, study biodiversity, map ocean systems, collect biological and environmental data, and better understand how marine environments function and change over time. And there's also a helicopter pad. The helicopter can fly up. Drones can also see from above, tracking migration of megafauna like the whales and so on. And from an OceanX education perspective, they also create opportunity for us to translate scientific exploration into experiences that make ocean system more understandable and accessible to a wider public audiences. So sometimes we do live streaming of the expedition. I think, Siang, you're on one of those. We live stream you talking, and then we live stream to land, get public and students to interact with the scientists on the ship. So we have all these core advantages. We could do deep sea studies, we do collections, and all the publications that we come up with are meant to be open accessible. That means people should be able to look at the data so that you can use the data to make informed decisions. And we also communicate the data to a lot of documentary videos and so on, and now we are moving into immersive digital experiences to translate that into interactive, like some of those that you see in the gallery. And we integrate us to assess, to study, to document, to analyze, and communicate parts of the ocean that are still largely inaccessible to most institutions and public audiences. And importantly, we also bring this to agencies, decision makers, policy makers in the countries. So that they can also use this to really be the one regulating and putting down protections, regulation, and so on, so that we don't just study for studying's sake, but we translate that into change-making policy. And that's where, from curiosity to education, we bring to change-making at individual level as well as national level, systems level. The BBNJ is also part of the things that we help to contribute towards for ocean stewardship. And to do that, we really have to work hand in hand. I call OceanX Science and OceanX Education the twin sister. Some of you may not know, you know that we have a research vessel, but this research vessel, Ocean Explorer, has got two CEOs. One CEO runs the OceanX Science, based in the United States, New York, and then OceanX Education CEO and OceanX Education just newly started not too long ago, based in Singapore. And we see the importance of science and education working hand in hand. Science discover through curiosity, create new knowledge, new information. Education helps make that knowledge accessible and meaningful to broader audiences, and especially the younger ones. And we therefore want to continue with this partnership and to really help make oceans reachable, understandable by people largely on land. And we all know that ocean exploration is dicey. Okay. D stands for dangerous. It is very dangerous. I mean, to think that you really go down, I mean, if you're not equipped, you're not trained, you'll be crushed by the pressure. If not, you'll drown. And to many of us, it's impossible. It's impossible for us to go so deep down, right? You go through the exhibition, you'll find some of the footages, you think of 1,000 meters, you think about 6,000 meters. To us, it's impossible. And sometimes it can be counterproductive because you spend so much money and efforts, you may not actually get what you want. And certainly it's expensive, right? So this is the reason why we really have to work using the ship for real mission and scientific work which are purposeful, meaningful, and impactful. And a good example of how we work on this ship, working with scientists and educators, is the example of the 2025 Monsoon Rice Expedition, carried out with the National University of Singapore, and also funded by our National Research Foundation. And the mission brought together deep sea exploration, biodiversity research, technology, and regional collaborations, while also create opportunity for education, public communication, and future workforce development. So OceanX has got this very unique asset to fulfill quite a few things. And for us to translate the DICE and move it to APAC is what we do in OceanX education. We change DICE, danger, impossible, counterproductive, expensive, to design, innovation, communication, entertainment. And we create what we call the APAC journey. My science center colleague will always remember how we look at nowadays young people, in fact old people as well like me, we learn through experiential context, we learn through participatory manner, we learn through very interactive, very image-driven kind of experiences, and also we learn through being connected. Connected online, connected offline, connected real-time, connected virtual time, and so on and so forth. And this is the reason why we developed the exhibition in conjunction with the ArtScience Museum. And that's where you will experience it, if you have not seen it, the outcome of how we translate or transcend from DICE to APAC. And because of this, we combine our resources, and under the expert curatorship with the ArtScience Museum, we present to you Into the Ocean. So there are many, many installations. I won't go into the details. I'll leave it to you. And what I can say is that this combination with the artists interpreting oceans to us and science coming in really bring us to very multi-sensorial way of connecting ourselves to the ocean. We are just talking, I mean, Ersin, we talk about how we can listen and all that. The only experience this exhibition cannot give you is you're in the water. So you're thinking in the future, maybe you create this bubble, you put your head in there, then the water around, you can hear things. And this art science coming together trigger off so many interesting possibilities. I had such a wonderful discussion with Ersin. And then we talk about listening in the ocean to all the sounds. I told him I teach developmental biology. If you think about yourself as a little fish-like embryonic fetus swimming in the womb, the amniotic fluid, we are already doing that, listening to aquatic environment, the heartbeat of our mother. So when you say you listen to the heartbeat of fish, we as a little fish-like embryonic till a fetus stage, we actually listen to that. So I think through this, we are also reminded of ourselves. We're actually quite connected. Many experiences deep under, we probably experienced it when we were being formed as a life, just that we simply forgot. I also tell Emma, she's expecting a baby soon, right? I say, you know, every baby, if you put them in the water, they can learn how to swim. It's just that we were so scared they would drown, they then forgot that they once upon a time swim, breathe freely in the aquatic environment. So, shifting frames over the ocean is how we would look at from scientific exploration to education, and how we want to make possible careers. And that ties to the blue futures. And the blue futures, as I said, is very important. And we have to start from sparking the curiosity. That's where, again, the three frames, right? You must be curious enough to want to know. It's only when you know that you can make decision. It's only through knowing that you can create innovation. We talk about now, in this era, it's called a knowledge-based economy. What is knowledge-based economy? Knowledge-based means from knowledge you create innovation, from innovation you create applications, application creates economy, right? So from curiosity to creation of solutions, and along that creative pathway, you create many, many careers. Some careers are existing, some careers are totally new. I mean, I can see all this art science. I was just talking to Min earlier, how you shifted your career from architect to what you're doing now is a very interesting interface. I'm sure many of our art scientists You came from one discipline, but you created something new, and you inspire new people who may want to go into the ocean story, ocean narration, blue economy from a different angle. Because we cannot just do it from science, technology, engineering, and mathematics alone. We must go to storytelling, must go to value, must go through many, many philosophical reflection, and so on and so forth. So our ocean futures, our blue futures cannot be, again, just purely hard figures, numbers, dollars, and cents. You must bring in the other part, which I call the soul of human and the soul of life. And the blue future is indeed important for us, and the blue future now brings us to how, after understanding, appreciating the ocean, despite we knowing so little about it, we must really look at it with the blue futures mindset. The keyword is futures. And having the futures secured, we must be responsible, and we must really practice our stewardship. And our blue futures is we talk blue ocean, right? Literally, the blue ocean futures is for us to create, is for us to come up with change-making ways. And at the end of the day, is how this ocean connects everyone on Earth with a shared humanity. And I started off by talking about the blue, my world is blue. Okay. For those who are French, it was the only first French song in the 1960s that hit the Eurosong contest. But it was so popular that it became an English song. Those who can sing, maybe you're later going to sing. Okay, you want to hear me sing later, you hear me sing to you, hum a few outside. But I want to see this blue into something more positive. So maybe not look at the song that portray. The song is called "Love Is Blue," because when you leave me, when the world is without you, my world is blue. Okay, my world is blue since you are no more in my life. So make sure that our blue is not that kind of pessimistic love, but we love the blue ocean so that we are always engaged and propelled by love. Because I think it's the love that makes us work. Because with love, we have faith that we can do something positive about it, and the things that we do in a positive way, through it be storytelling with technology and so on and so forth, give us the hope that we can do something to make the ocean happy. So if we love the ocean, we love one another. So may that Love is Blue song, next time you hear it, if you haven't heard it, Google about it, and then think about it, that it is about our blue future, and may that love is blue taken as a positive tone. Blue future, and next time when you say about my Monday blue, it's not that you're feeling miserable, it's Monday, a brand new start of the week with my blue future, with my hope, with my love, with my faith. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention. And may we continue to be positive change maker. May we continue to tell stories of the oceans. May we continue to explore, research, understand the ocean, and bring the oceans to every corner on Earth, so that it's not too late when we can make the ocean something that will make us happy. When the ocean is happy, we are happy. When the ocean is really very blue, we are happily blue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, TM, for the very passionate speech, talk, and also sharing about how OceanX is expanding access to ocean exploration and public education. As TM has pointed to in his talk, understanding the ocean really requires contributions from many different sectors, disciplines, and also communities. And now we'll be moving into a layered conversation on how these efforts might connect to local contexts and collective action. And in conjunction with World Ocean Day, by way of TM's convening power, we are very privileged to be bringing together representatives from across Singapore's marine science, conservation, education, and cultural institutions to reflect on the shared question of why does the ocean matter to all of us. Taking part in this panel, Dr. Karenne Thun, who is Group Director of the National Biodiversity Center at National Parks Board. We have Dr. Huang Danwei, Danwei, Director of the new Center of Excellence for Marine Science, which we're really excited about. Dr. Tan Ko Siang, Head of the Marine Biology and Ecology Laboratory at Tropical Marine Science Institute at NUS. Vasey, I hope she's here in the room. If she's not, she might join us a little bit later. She's the Director of Immersive and Digital Experiences at OceanX Education. Eugene Wambeck, who is the Director of Exhibitions and Galleries at Science Centre Singapore, who just opened a new show, One Ocean, very recently, I think just last week. And it's a beautiful sort of paired exhibition with the one that we're having here at ArtScience Museum. And Astri Noorbaini, who is Assistant Manager of Marine Conservation and Science at WWF Singapore. And I'm really delighted to invite all our panelists to the stage now for a panel discussion, and would love to take questions from the audience through the discussion as well. Please join me on stage. Okay, so Karen, Ko Siang, Astri, Eugene, and Danwei. It's really, really lovely having all of you here today. And thank you so much for making time to join us. While Into the Ocean carries an oceanic framing, for this panel, we are really thinking more broadly across marine environments, which feels really relevant in Singapore's context because we are an island city and we are connected to surrounding bodies of water. And so these marine ecologies are really part of the same continuum. And first of all, I would just like to invite Karen to start us off, and we will go around later to get everyone to offer brief reflections from the perspective of your own work and experience. But Karen, I'd love to first situate this panel discussion in relation to the Third World Oceans Assessment. And you are also the Deputy Co-Chair of the group of experts for the Third World Ocean Assessment. Would you offer a brief introduction and sharing of this initiative and its significance with us? And of course, feel free to click through the slides when we're doing it.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet all of you here, and thank you for inviting me to be here. As Paul mentioned, I am the Group Director at the National Parks Board, so my day-to-day job really is to take care of Singapore's marine biodiversity, biodiversity, land and sea. But for today, I'm wearing a different hat. I'm wearing the hat of a member of the group of experts who was involved in producing the Third World Ocean Assessment. Is it? Right, okay. So it was really interesting to hear the sharing session by Magda, by TM, talking about how important it is for us to have knowledge. Magda talked about ocean literacy principles, and I believe a lot of the work we've done over the last 5 years really reflects that. So the Third World Ocean Assessment will be actually launched on World Ocean Day. It will be live telecast. If you guys want to watch it, you know, there's a link there. But essentially, this is an assessment about the world's ocean. This is the third one. The first one came out in 2015. It takes about 5 years to produce each of these. Not many people have heard of it. So you might wonder, what is the World Ocean Assessment? So you can see from this slide here, it is a publication produced by the UN. And this one will present the latest global review of ocean health. So it takes together information from across all the different sectors in the oceans, whether it is habitat, biodiversity, the different sectors, social, governance, and compile it into a synthesis that gives us an update of what's happening in the world's ocean. This was really an eye-opening involvement for me because being part of the team, you basically had to work with people from all over the world. So this particular assessment, it's a mammoth production. It's about 1,000 pages. It covers everything from, you know, like I mentioned, on biodiversity and the rest, but it took about 580 experts from around the world to draft 60 chapters of the World Ocean Assessment. So there's something for everyone. So if you're looking for the latest update of what's happening in the world's ocean, this would be the publication that will give you a summary of it. Now, it's not to say that there isn't a lot of information out there, right? There are so many publications out there, but many of them go very deep into one area. So what this does is it summarizes what's happening across many different publications. So you'll get a summary in 5 pages on what's happening, say, in coral reefs. And I say coral reefs because Professor Huang Danwei, he was an author for the coral reef chapter. for the World Ocean Assessment, sorry. So one of the big difference between the third World Ocean Assessment and the previous two is the inclusion of governance. So as the group of experts who were working towards crafting the World Ocean Assessment, we realized that it's very easy to produce information of what's happening in the ocean. There's a lot of science out there that tells you this is what's happening in coral reefs, this is what's happening in your deep seas. But it's the governance that then determines how it is managed and what happens to it. And we decided that for the third World Ocean Assessment, it will be important to have a governance framework to understand how governance is being structured across the world, how it differs from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and then how that impacts the way ocean governance is then managed. So this gives you a broad overview of ocean governance at the global scale, at the regional scale, and at the national scale. So for the World Ocean Assessment, there are a couple of key points, and I'm quite glad that they actually picked coral reef as one of the key messages coming out of the World Ocean Assessment. So one of the key points, and this is, of course, you will read this in many other publications, is that 90% of global coral reefs may disappear if warming exceeds 1.5. And we know that, and we've known that for especially the last couple of years when we see bleaching events occur. In 2013, 2014 was the 4th global bleaching event that occurred. Singapore was no different. Our coral reefs, were impacted, but we saw recovery in some of our corals, so there is some hope, at least at very localized scale, there's some hope. But what this report basically shows is places like the Caribbean has lost over 80% since the 1970s, and even historically resilient areas such as the South Atlantic experiencing severe losses. But I think within the region, we do find some interesting examples of resilience, and hopefully with the work that's being done across the scientific community, we can bring out some of these good stories of resilience. The other two key points that came out from the World Ocean Assessment that I thought was really important is the fact about equity. So they also realized that oceans, you can talk about the oceans, about biodiversity, but if you don't bring the human element into it, then it's very difficult to understand how do you manage the ocean. So the World Ocean Assessment includes a whole section on equity, on one ocean, one health, and they found that there's actually a lot of disparity between how ocean resources are dispersed between different parts of the world, and also between gender. So there's a lot of gender inequality in the way ocean resources are used. So that's a very interesting outcome from the World Ocean Assessment, and I think it gives us a way to look at how we can then reframe the way we think about the ocean and the way, the role of women in ocean governance. And the last point that came out of this is, we talk about ocean governance and we talk about the science that we do today, but a lot of times we forget that, people have been using the oceans for centuries. There's so much knowledge in indigenous traditional knowledge that we sometimes don't realize that some of the solutions that we are looking for now already exist, and there are people who actually know about these. So what we did in the Third World Ocean Assessment is try to bring together some of the indigenous knowledge and use the Third World Ocean Assessment as a platform to start delving deeper into how do we then harness knowledge from the global collective knowledge of the world into managing our oceans. So that's basically the key message. Well, this one here I think is also, we all know that, we talk about the world as if it's just Earth, but it's actually ocean, and 37% of the population live within 6 to 7% of the world's space, and most of them depend directly or indirectly on ocean resources, and that's really important. We're talking about managing not just the ocean, but the people who depend on the ocean. And again, I think it was mentioned by the previous speakers, large gaps still exist. So we talked about 99.99% of the ocean hasn't been visually seen by people, but we just talk about what's being mapped. Less than 40% of the ocean floor has been mapped. So there's still a lot of knowledge gap that needs to be filled, and hopefully, with collective wisdom, with OceanX and the work that they're doing, we'll be able to fill that in. I'll stop at the next slide, which is basically what can you see in the Third World Ocean Assessment. On Monday, you can go and click on the website and it will take you to the report. So the reports are PDF copies, but for the Third World Ocean Assessment, they're doing an interactive online resource, so you can basically search keywords on topics that you're interested in. It will give you a summary of what's happening. So in the Third World Ocean Assessment, the first two sections are just introduction. So you're talking about governance, which I think is really very useful information if you want to understand where the gaps are in terms of ocean governance, what has changed in the oceans, whether it's the biological, ecological, or physical environment. That's a huge chunk. Section 4 is a huge chunk of the World Ocean Assessment. Then you also have sustainable and inclusive ocean economy and One Health. So again, hopefully the work that's been done over the last 5 years, including the work by Danwei here, helps to add that knowledge that we're talking about that is needed to help us manage the ocean. So for me, taking that from the global scale to the local scale, I find that, in Singapore, we have problems, we have same problems, but they're different. It's same, but different. So we do have the same problem of how the oceans or how our seas are being impacted, but the realities are very different from what's happening around the world. So for me, that gives me a different perspective on how do we then localize some of the things that are happening globally, and how do we make sense of it and bring that sense to the people. So I think that's a challenge, but also an opportunity. Yeah, thank you.
Karenne is a very well-loved coral biologist. I don't think it's come through in the sharing that she's done so far. But in terms of the many hats that you're wearing, Karenne, at the intersection of biodiversity conservation, but also public education as well, I'd love to ask you about what ocean literacy, why does it feel especially urgent today, particularly within Singapore and maybe the Southeast Asia region?
Interesting you mentioned literacy, because this weekend there are many events going on. So Danwei and I just came from an event called the Festival of Biodiversity, which is currently happening at the National Library, at the foyer of the National Library. Again, it is really an important aspect of literacy, and to get the message to the people, we believe you need to start when they are young. We were talking about this informally in the morning, and even like Danwei was mentioning, now it's the kids telling the parents, don't do this. So again, the literacy part is really important, because it means we can get that message not just to the young, but we can get it to the adults through the young. So the Festival of Biodiversity that we are organizing now brings together all the different stakeholders with that single message of the environment is important, whether it's land, whether it's sea, whether it's a single species, whether it's an ecosystem. And then how do you communicate that message to visitors, especially the kids, so that they understand that this is part of their future. And if they are not part of the discussion now, it will not be part of the future. So I think that public outreach and communication is really important, because the people who would lose are really not the adults, right? It's going to be the kids who will lose it, because if you don't manage it well now, they will lose it in the generations to come. Yeah.
And also, Karenne, conversations around terrestrial environments, forests, sometimes it can feel like they have a bit more visibility in public discourse than marine environments. And I wanted to ask you, are there practical ways in terms of how we might cultivate greater awareness for or in stewardship as well for environments that many of us rarely get to encounter?
I think that's a good point. It's easy to walk to a forest. You can bring a group of 100 people, on a walk, but you can't do that easily in even the intertidal area. Your limit is a few times a month. Going underwater is even more difficult. So I think the work that OceanX is doing to bring it to people through different methods, through different visual methods, through experiential, solutions that they have, I think that's really important. I remember going to the Coral Triangle Initiative, the Coral Triangle Center, the one in Bali, and there's an OceanX exhibition there. I've dived so much, I've done so much marine work, but I went there and I loved it, I still remember it, and I think these are the experience that people will remember, and if it resonates with them, it will be something that will come back and remind them. So I think it's really important to do that. The challenge is, it's limited to how many people you can reach out to at any one point in time. So I think scale is always going to be an issue when it comes to the marine environment. We don't have the benefit of scale, I guess, the way you do for terrestrial areas. And maybe technology will be the way to help us bridge that gap with scale. But I think people do enjoy being part of it. So if you can't physically don a dive gear and go down, if you can be in an immersive environment, I think that makes a big difference. So I think this is the delta, this is the change that's going to make people want to explore the ocean, want to save the ocean, because they want to see it when they are older. Especially kids. I want to don a dive gear and go down. And this is the only way for them to do it now, is through this experiential options that they have.
And one last question before we move on to the rest of the panelists. You and the team do some remarkable work with the Sisters Island Marine Park, but also other projects as well. And I wanted to ask you, what have you and the team observed about the relationship between public engagement and education and longer term kind of conservation outcomes?
So, I'm a scientist, right, in my background. So I've always had that thinking, science is the best way to communicate. But in my work in NParks with the Marine Park, and then working with the friends of the Marine Park, I realized community is really very important. And scientists are part of that community. So actually expanding your vision, expanding the community to include your nature guides, to include boaters, to include recreational divers, get them excited about the marine environment, and then you amplify your message. So I really believe that at the end of the day, the greatest joy I get now is actually working with the community. Sometimes they have ideas that we never think of, and it's really exciting ideas. And these are the ideas that I think can make a difference. You need a scientist to answer very important scientific questions, but you need the community to then be able to experience some of this and then bring their experience to the table. And I think that's really important. So for me, the joy is really working with the community, getting their perspective, and then trying to find ways to ensure that they can continue the work that they're doing as well.
Thank you. And coral reefs has popped up quite a bit in the presentations and conversations. And I'd love to turn to the second coral biologist on our panel, and that's Danwei. Danwei, your work focuses a lot on coral ecology, evolution, conservation, and coral reefs are described as some of the most diverse ecosystems that we have on Earth. And from a scientific perspective, what do coral reef systems reveal about the sort of broader condition of our marine ecosystems today?
Hi. Good afternoon. Okay. Thank you for joining and for the invitation to this panel. So I'm from the Ecology and Natural History Museum, but I'm here my other hat is the first member of the Center of Excellence that's been set up in Singapore for marine science. So when we talk about coral reefs, I think many of us have this image of a canary in the coal mine, that it's when you see something happening on coral reefs, that is an indication that every other ecosystem would have that impact. I think that's true to some extent, but actually when you look at locally in different environments, different ecosystems have also experienced impact, right? So for instance, in Singapore, actually, we think of coral reefs being imperiled, but if you look at mangroves, we have lost more mangroves absolutely and relatively to the original area compared to coral reefs. And that's really because of the nature of the impact in Singapore, for instance. In other areas where maybe you have water quality issues, then maybe coral reefs will be more impacted. But certainly I think that this image comes to mind because the impact on coral reefs is very visual. So we all see the image of reefs turning white, and that's something really impactful. And so we really remember that and experience that loss in ecosystems. So it is an indication, but I would say actually when you look across ecosystems that all of marine life has been impacted. And certainly in this age of climate change, we are seeing that all habitats and ecosystems are under threat, and is something that we have to put our efforts into to maybe hopefully reversing those impacts.
Thank you for bringing up mangroves here, because my next question for you is really something that we've also been quite surprised by in our conversations with youth and scientists, youth advocates and scientists, and we know that Singapore is a really highly urbanized city-state, but we also support surprisingly quite rich marine biodiversity here. And I'm just wondering what sort of responsibilities and opportunities does this then create for the science and conservation here?
So Singapore being rich is actually not surprising, really just because we are, in very near the biodiversity, the world's richest areas, or most diverse areas in the world, both terrestrial and marine. So that actually gives us kind of a baseline, actually. And of course, we have lost a lot, and we have lost that connection to the sea, and so a lot of us think that it is actually surprising, but really we should expect this kind of diversity. And so what opportunities it gives us is that it actually allows us this hindsight because of the fact that we actually started off as a tropical island paradise, and we have lost actually all that diversity. Some of that is because of our generation, some of that is because of previous generation. It doesn't matter, but it does give us that perspective. And when we look in the region, we see that many cities, many urbanized areas, and communities that are close to natural areas, coral reefs and mangroves, may be in this trajectory as well. So I think we hold those lessons that we can actually say, no, this is something we want to avoid. We don't want to lose that richness going to the future. How can these lessons be translated to action in the region? So I think that's something we should see as an opportunity. And obviously, Singapore still continues to hold a lot of biodiversity. A lot of it is still undiscovered, as the presentations before have said. Even for the shallowest ecosystems, right? So that contains, tomorrow's cures, tomorrow's food, tomorrow's ecosystem services. So I think that's something we need to keep in mind, and then see that as opportunity for further action to be taken to conserve our natural ecosystems.
And if I could just also take the opportunity to ask you about the new Center for Marine Science, what sort of research questions or collaborations are you and the team already starting to look into, and you feel like it might be quite important in a couple of years' time?
The new Center of Excellence has a focus on addressing impacts and challenges to Singapore's marine space, right? So we work very closely with National Parks Board and other government agencies to translate those scientific understanding to policy, hopefully. Given the rate of climate change, I think that translation going from science to policy, we need to speed that up. I think that's one of the foci of the center, is to promote research that will get us from the basic and even applied science to come out with the policies that our policymakers can and managers can quickly implement into solutions. And I think that's something we closely we're gonna do that, and be a very important focus is that combining basic and applied sciences and getting solutions fairly quickly. The other is that the center, because it brings together a wide range of researchers in the marine space, we think that a lot of the research should be expected to be multidisciplinary, that work across domains. And really this because, so for instance, when we're talking about a single threat of, just for example, invasive species, we need to know where the invasive species come from, what kind of impact it will have on our biodiversity. So that will involve understanding, the physical transport of those species, the local biodiversity, the ecology that will influence the behavior and the trajectory of those invasive species. And then the solutions will, of course, involve perhaps even eco-engineering and many other different domains. So all of these have to come together, and they are, of course, done by scientists from different institutions, different domains. So interdisciplinary research is really important.
Siang, I'm going to come to you next. We have talked a bit about access, visibility, perception in the talks earlier, and something that I was discussing with you is that many people, when they encounter oceanic environments and marine habitats, they encounter it through the more charismatic species, so your turtles, dolphins, whales, and coral reefs, of course. But so much of the marine biodiversity, it's largely unseen. Could you share some examples of the less visible forms of marine life, and maybe sharing a little bit with everyone why understanding them is important for how we think about marine ecosystems? And I know you have a slide to share with us.
Before I show you the slide, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, Tit Meng and Vasey. Thank you very much. And good afternoon to everyone. So in terms of looking at biodiversity, I think as human beings, we have evolved to be very visual creatures, right? So we look at color, we can differentiate so many shades of green and blues, and right. So we are very visual creatures. So in order to appreciate biodiversity, properly, it needs to be. We need to visualize it, right? It's not through smells or through touch that we appreciate biodiversity, but we actually need to see it, right? So I think we have to take that and make sure that we get the children, the kids, and everyone to be able to see through their own eyes what they are, right? So I think that translation is very important. So yes, of course, we can see lions, giraffes, tigers, whales, dolphins. Visually we can see it, but there's much more to biodiversity in the marine environment than the big things. And I think many people will know through what, when they eat the fish or when they look at the crabs, they can see that there's something substantial, but they also realize that, the eggs are very small, and then maybe the larvae are also small, right? And I think that's not probably emphasized enough. And so I'm lucky enough to be able to study marine organisms for the last 30 years, and I can see the continuum from the big to the small, right? And recently, just a few weeks ago, we were at the Oil Spill Symposium and was introduced to marine bacteria that are feeding on oil, and of course you can't see them, right? You can sequence them. You can look at the sequences on the screen. You might be able to visualize them on a high-powered compound microscope, but otherwise you don't see them, right? And then beyond the bacteria, from the small ones, so maybe I can show you the slide. This one. Yeah. So this is we started on these organisms, looking at these small organisms. Okay, these are all less than 5 millimeters in size, right? And they are just found in the sand at St. John's Island, in the beach, in the man-made lagoons, in sand, just between 1 to 5 centimeters in depth. So next time when you walk on the beach during low tide, right? I mean, you don't see them. But if you look through the microscope, you see these things, and they are not in small quantities, right? Of course, it's very variable in terms of their population size, but the highest densities that we found, there's about 20,000 of them in a square meter of beach, right? So they're there. Right? If you sit down on the beach at low tide, underneath your backside, right? They're probably there. some of them at least, right? So that's kind of unknown diversity, really, right? And we're just scratching the surface. Right? We're just looking at the first 5 centimeters. There may be a bit more in the next 5 centimeters, depending on, of course, on the grain size. If it's more oxygenated, then the depth will be deeper, right? And this is just St. John's Island in Singapore, and so I also had the opportunity to go to the monsoon rise expedition, and we are now looking at similar things at 1,000 meters, sediment from 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters, right? So there's still so much more to know from the sea, right? So I don't know whether I've answered your question.
Follow-up question. My follow-up question is, when we look beyond this sort of creatures that usually demand a bit more public attention and focus attention on maybe the microorganisms, what kind of ecological relationships then become a little bit more visible to us?
So right now, for these small things, we really don't know what they are doing there, right? We don't know what they eat, for example, right? We don't know who eats who. And yeah, so we're just really at the beginning when we're talking about the size, when we're talking about this group of organisms which are of that small size, right? So we still need lots of, we want to create careers where people will study these small things in a little bit more detail to let us understand, what's happening just below the surface of the sand, right? If we got rid of all of them, will something happen to the Earth? Probably, because looking at their numbers, right, they may be food for something bigger, right? And that something bigger may be food for something even bigger, right? And those may be the food that we eat. And yeah, we still get lots of food from wild fisheries, right? The aquaculture is only supplying less than 10% of what we eat, at least for seafood, I think. So the connection is, we still don't know what's the connection, and we need to know. I think we really need to know to understand what's happening. So this is really part of that black box that we take for granted. Yeah, the ocean will take care of our food and take care of our rubbish, but I think this is something that we really need to know. Yeah.
And also, can I ask you a little bit about the research work that you and the team does at the Tropical Marine Science Institute? We were talking a little bit about translating scientific research into more accessible public forms of education as well. Would you talk a little bit about the research work that you personally are looking after, but also how you find platforms for sharing that with the more public community?
So. My dream is to try and get to show this biodiversity to the kids, right? So in order to do that, we have to identify them. We have to at least know what they are, right? And then put them out in a I don't know, maybe nowadays in a PDF or in a book, right? In a book, a guidebook that will show us all the different kinds of marine organisms. I think that's my personal experience that looking at these picture books will help me visualize what you cannot really see, right? And if you go out to the field, to the ecosystem, and you pick up something, right? Then you can relate it back inside your brain. Oh, this is something I saw before, and I think that link is very important, right? To know that what's and there, of course, vice versa. From the living thing to what was shown, and it is, oh, this is something that was discovered before, and this is this is what name, right? That I think that connection when when you're small, that connection is, I think, very important, and it will remain in your mind. And at least for me, that's my experience. So creating that visual connection is for small things that you cannot see. That is my kind of, my hobby.
Thank you. And that's such a nice segue to Eugene, who works at Singapore Science Centre Singapore. And we've shared a little bit earlier that the One Ocean exhibition just opened at the centre. And it's also very much focused on helping audiences engage with marine ecologies as well. And Eugene, could we get you to share a little bit about what you feel the role of exhibitions and public engagement initiatives might play in shaping maybe our awareness and also our relationship with the ocean today, and maybe speaking that through the work that you do at the center?
Thank you, Sin. So thanks to ASM for inviting us, inviting me, and also for OceanX for convening this panel. I think there's really a lot of rich discussion, and some of the presentations you saw earlier actually allude to the work that I do, right? Which is really, I'm a science communicator at heart, scientist by training as well. And what I do is show and tell at the Science Center. And we employ techniques of immersive storytelling, really to put the audience into a particular situation, right? But my first thing would be to acknowledge the people here, the panel as well as the audience. Thank you for being here. Without you being here, we can't thrive. We can't tell the stories you need to hear in order for you to be able to appreciate the things that we are showing. What we do at the Science Center, I think, is a few things. TM coined the term epic, but I think what epic does is really connect the head with the heart, right? Because without that connection, just showing you facts and figures without immersing you into the story of the ocean will not get you to feel, right? Will not create the intrinsic motivation for you to go beyond something passive to something that is advocacy. TM used the term change makers, to maybe anticipate blue futures, to feel that there is realistic hope and that you have the power as a collective to make change. So I think exhibitions, public engagement, all of that is necessary, but it requires a whole ecosystem. It requires people to be interested, and the only way they can be interested is when they come to cultural institutions like ours, when we use the design language of wonder, awe, and curiosity to put you into a particular situation. But it also involves a whole network of people, right? So the scientists who tell the stories through their research, governments who create the positive policies and the funding for these things to happen, and artists and scientists coming together. Sure, I think a lot of them have already been mentioned, but maybe I'll jump to this as well, because TM talked about shift. Quite a few of us talked about shifts. So maybe this is something that cultural institutions need to think about as well, the role that we play. So the role that we really need to play or to shift from is moving from just providing information or knowledge to becoming sort of more active guides, right? To push people towards advocacy. So one of the things here I say is that whilst we live in a very information-rich society, we're actually very wisdom-poor, right? What do we do with that information? Do we just ignore it? We just become passive consumers. So really, I think this is why cultural institutions matter. There are really three things that we can do. One, we are a trusted space, and that's how we've always positioned ourselves. TM also mentioned this, we are a safe space for difficult conversations. It means that the topics that we produce might sometimes, or the topics that we show might sometimes be uncomfortable, but we are the right spaces for people to come and confront those uncomfortable truths and not get paralyzed by them, right? Because the worst effect of that is if you encounter those types of things and you get into despair or you get into apathy, you're not compelled to action, right? And the only way we can do that is by creating emotional resonance. So we all talked about that earlier. Formulating memories, putting you into a space, transporting you into environments you otherwise can't visit, and then you understand the topics a bit more deeper. And the last one's really just driving agency. With all of that, having gone through those experiences, we then galvanize a certain type of action. And the fact that we're not alone in doing this is really the first step. So this is what we do. This is a picture of my workplace. It's the most fun place ever. This is fun because I get to interact not just with artists and scientists, but also get to design all sorts of environments which really then transport people into a space. And we're also tapped into a network or a community, right? We can't do this alone. So this is the second time I've said this already. So for us, when we were moving into our One Oceans exhibition, which is a really nice pair to Into the Deep, so I encourage all of you here, if you haven't already visited either one or the other exhibition, to visit both, right? So you get the full story. You get to see the different things that we've focused on. But the partnership with the scientists who have this information is important, right? They really are the credible source, and we really are just the people who put the scenes together, right? So 20 years of research, the Tarapola Research Foundation, they've been spending time in the Arctic, studying our impacts on the Arctic oceans and the Arctic environment. This is really key. But the whole point of understanding all of this is that every action matters, right? Our actions, individual or collective, cause a ripple. So we should now start to look at going to these places, understanding them. The first step is if I can't go to the deep oceans, I come to an immersive exhibition, I come to a public program, the Biodiversity and NLB. I encourage you to go there as well. And then take those small steps, right? Because there you will encounter people who are doing the work, who require volunteers, who require you to learn a bit more beyond what you've seen at the exhibition or the public program. So take the time, because I think as individuals, this is what we're called to do, right? This is essentially our stewardship effort. This is our contribution to the place that we live.
Thank you, Eugene. And in the same vein, I think Kay's work very much involves translating science into immersive and experiential forms of engagement as well. I wanted to ask you, Kay, like how does storytelling and digital experiences help people build more meaningful relationships with the ocean? From your perspective, with your work with OceanX.
Excellent. Oh, there you can hear me. Yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. I think it's been fascinating already listening to things like, bringing in the human. We need to think about how we can actually make people embody experiences. How can we transport people to places they will never go? Less than 1% of the world's population actually has an active PADI license. So even fewer people are going to go down into the deep inside a submersible. So are there ways through scientific exploration we can then move into that storytelling element where we can bring people in and make those things feel felt? Offer experiences where we can say, this is a new way of seeing, this is a new way of feeling, and perhaps through that process we're able then to make you understand. And if we're able also then to increase awe in showcasing the things that are down there that actually make lots of people feel fear. I don't know what's down there. It seems very dark. And the things that I have perhaps seen so far look a bit scary. We want to actually be able to diminish that fear and say, by taking you there, perhaps through immersive technologies, but also what we've done with the show downstairs, multi-sensory experiences. So what are the smells? What are the audio? What are the different ways in which we can actually make you feel these things? Because once you actually have increased awe, you have the potential to increase empathy. And when you have that, more people care. And when people actually care and understand, they ask themselves immediately the question, what can I do to help? So that's why, through the power of immersive storytelling, we want to draw audiences in. And I must say, from my own personal experience, I've got 2 kids who are 14 and 12. And as I'm sure you know, OceanX for over more than 10 years has been doing incredible ocean exploration, worked with David Attenborough on Blue Planet 2, was instrumental in creating the Blue Planet effect, which potentially is why many of you are here today. But when I ask my kids, hey, sit down with me, watch this documentary, it's amazing, they run in the opposite direction because they're used to not wanting to just look at things over there on that screen. They are kinesthetic learners, right? So there are 4 methodologies of learning: visual, audio, reading, and kinesthetic. Kinesthetic means you move your body or you interact with something whilst you're learning. And a lot of today's learners really enjoy being kinesthetic learners. So how can we draw them in? Because when I tell them, hey, yeah, come and watch the documentary, that's not going to cut it. It doesn't mean that we should stop creating documentaries. Goodness, no. But through immersive technologies, interactive experiences, virtual worlds, we're then able to potentially bring that young generation in and say, look at this from a first-person perspective. Come and be the shark. Go and explore this area for yourself. Have the opportunity to pilot this submersible, where like a tiny fraction of people are actually going to go. And what really blows my mind is the work of our visiting professor, for example, Dr. Danny Pimentel. He's based in the University of Portland, Oregon, has actually dedicated his life to the study of immersive storytelling, immersive experiences. And you know what their research is finding? That people are quite easily tricked. If we take people to places, even virtually, they report back that I actually really felt I was there. So that is so powerful. If we can use these immersive technologies to actually transport people to places where they will never go in real life, but through that process, really make them care. And I think that's the crux of what we're trying to do here.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Astri next. Astri, we have an ongoing relationship with WWF through our exhibitions and programming. And I wanted to really shine a light on the work that the organization does through your lens. The organization's work often focuses on connecting conservation directly with communities. And I wanted to ask you from your perspective in your work, particularly, what you feel helps to move people from awareness into meaningful action?
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, firstly, again, thank you for having me here to be part of this amazing panelists. So let me just start with sharing a little bit of a story, right? So this was like years back, like 15 years when I was still a student. So I was visiting relatives in Indonesia and I was tasked to get something small from this local store. And then as I paid, the person, the shop owner, they gave me a plastic bag. So I said, no, thank you, it's okay, it's fine. It's just a 5-minute walk home and it's just something small I can carry by myself. So I turn around, I slowly walk out of the store and the shop owner actually ran after me and like, Astri, take this bag. I'm like, no, it's okay, it's just something small. And it made me second guess, am I supposed to be embarrassed with the thing that I buy? But then I'm just like, it's okay, it's okay. So I left the store, but he continued to chase after me and then he like grabbed me and then he was like, take this plastic bag, put it in, put your stuff in, and then okay, then you can go home. Then he just left me in shock because what's incredible is that the island that my family is based in, right? The first thing you see when you arrive on the island is just their sea like covered with like trash, like styrofoam, plastic. So to me, I was like, like because for all of us here, we're like trained in science, so we choose to study this. So for us, it's easy to make the connection, but to local communities, maybe it's not as obvious. And then, so that story really is ingrained in my brain. So moving forward, I'm just like, how can I, support or help this type of community to empower them and also to support them to be like their own steward for their nature. So now fast forward to today, I'm with WWF. So my main role is to oversee programs, marine conservation program, both locally and also regionally. So we focus in efforts in Indonesia, Malaysia, and also Philippines. And I saw the reverse side of of ocean stewardship, where recently I visited this island called Derawan Island in East Kalimantan. So we have an ocean plastic program there that we're supporting. So I met with this local snorkel guide called Pak Herman. So he mentioned that, even before any WWF intervention, he started to see like a lot of cigarette butts littered along the coastline. So he was thinking how it seems like it looks ugly, but then he still hasn't seen like the connection yet to like the impacts on the marine life. So what he did was he started picking all the cigarette butts and then he put it in a plastic bag. Sorry, not plastic, a plastic bottle. But it was somehow frowned upon by the other like snorkel guys. They just kept asking him like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? But for some reason, he's like, no, I'm doing the right thing. I gotta clean up and make sure that like my environment is as beautiful as possible, right? But incredibly, after a few years, as tourism grew, more and more plastic pollution happened, right? But because through Pak Herman's like own persistence and own stewardship or like empowering his own colleagues to like, hey, you also need to do your part. Right now, all of the snorkel guys are also helping to pick up the trash. Yeah, so in WWF, what we believe is that conservation effort works really, really best if communities are directly involved. And then, be it coral restoration, mangrove transplantation, they are the ones that are there to support us, so they can be the one to, help support the monitoring effort. And what Karen mentioned also, they carry generation of traditional ecological knowledge, right? So they carry information that we scientists coming in may not have. Yeah, so that's why at WWF it's very crucial where we, enable this local communities, especially the coastal communities, to see what they need in terms of support. So we provide them with trainings, or we link them with like local research institution to continue this long-term efforts of conservation. Yeah.
Thank you. And it's so rare to get this combination of speakers and panelists on stage, and we would hate to miss any questions from the room. Can I just ask if anyone has a question for the panel or any speaker that we can just filter it to them right away? If you have a question, you can raise your hand. Mr. Go.
Hi. If, let's say, there's any wish that you could make to change the way we perceive the ocean, what would it be? Would it be like magically make all the plastics from the ocean disappear, or change people's mindset, or like having AI robots pick up all the trash? Like what's your wish? Thanks.
I guess, I'm not sure if you've seen David Attenborough's Ocean film, but he talked about the importance of marine protected areas. If we are able to get the policymakers and the governments to actually protect areas, it has been shown that the ocean really can regenerate itself. It's so important. So the more that we can actually get people to care at the youngest level and all the way through to the oldest level, perhaps then people will be able to lobby their governments and tell the policymakers, this is what we want. And so I hope that science continues to be communicated in a really impactful way. And I pray that science does not stay within the confines of the scientific papers that they're published on, so that they can become more accessible, understandable, and actionable.
I was going to say what Kate said, but so this story is quite interesting. So we recently described this box jellyfish, which is venomous, and somehow it made it to the news. But the first reaction from the public, or in the media as well, which we really didn't expect, was that there was this dangerous thing in the water, which we found 5 years ago, and it's not there anymore. And this is kind of like the Jaws effect, right? That there is something dangerous about the oceans, and I suspect that's because most of us have been brought up in even if though Singapore, for instance, is completely coastal, we are in the coastal region, we don't see the oceans as much as we should, and we have lost that connection. Of course, there are things that are dangerous in the oceans, but we somehow, that's always the focus, that the oceans are dangerous. But in fact, the oceans have done more for us than actually harmed one of us. So I think that's something I hope to change, and the first reaction shouldn't be that there's something dangerous in the ocean. Yeah.
I'm going to use a term that we often hear. We often hear this phrase saying, don't draw lines in the sand. So I think the same should extend to the oceans as well. We should not draw lines in the ocean, because really the ocean is one interconnected ecosystem, and it's the collective responsibility of all nations to take care of the oceans. Not just nations, the people within the nations. So if you feel that not enough is being done, you have the power. You have the power to be educated, and you have the power to lobby. So speak up, do something, right? Don't draw lines in the oceans.
I think for me, it's quite similar to what my fellow panelists has said. So I think is what I do hope is, especially now that everyone is here today, do go out and spread the word, because I think from my experience that I shared with you like this more than 10 years ago, right? I think we've come a long way. I think more and more people are more aware of our oceans and what it's experiencing. So my only wish is that, we continue this effort, and then just, a simple like fun facts, or a simple like, hey, you know what? Yeah, it goes a long way. Yeah.
I'll take your suggestion very literally, and if I may, then I'll ask all the marine organisms to, let us know their opinion of us.
Maybe something similar. I guess if there's one thing I wish we could change in mindset is, people like to, when they do things, they go, I'm doing it to save the earth or save the ocean. And I think we need to maybe change our mindset. We are not doing it to save the earth or the ocean, right? The ocean and earth, they don't care. They've been there for eons, and they will be there for eons to come. They'll be there in a different way. They evolve, they don't complain, they just are. When we do things to not pollute or to preserve things as they are, we're doing it for ourselves. We're doing it for humanity, because we depend, like what Danwei says, the ocean, the earth has provided more for us. We do nothing for them. We're the most dangerous animal on earth, right? So I guess when we keep telling ourselves we're doing it to protect the ocean, is actually the other way around. What we do is protecting ourselves. And I think if we realize that what we do is for ourselves, for our own future, for our own children, and maybe people will appreciate nature a bit more. Because really, at the end of the day, right, evolution has occurred over eons. It will just be a different future, a different complement of animals and plants that will exist. And they will exist without us happily, but we will not exist in that environment perhaps. We can only exist in an environment that is keeping us alive and, comfortable now. And if that changed, and it is changing, right, in 100 years with climate change, with temperatures rising, animals will just adapt naturally. It'll just be a different, but we may not be able to. So what we do now really is to change. And that is what I try to, when I tell people, think about what we are doing we are doing it for ourselves.
It's very important to end panel discussions on a note of hope. And just very quickly, I'd just like to circle around and get your very quick reflections. So much of the work that you're doing, whether it's conservation or whether it's research, it happens against this backdrop of accelerating change. So on a slightly more personal note, would you share what gives you hope or momentum in the work that you're doing right now?
Okay, maybe I'll start since
yes,
I have
please,
this.
yeah.
I think what gives me hope is nature never gives up, right? You know, they never give up, and they'll take whatever that is thrown at them, and they will just try to survive. And to me, that's hope, because sometimes we get so hopeless, but nature is never hopeless. Animals are never hopeless. They will just live to survive the next day, and that gives me hope to make sure that I can do the work that I do, because nature is there to say that it's okay.
I mean, I'm still overwhelmed by the diversity and the different relationships between all the different organisms. So there's still so much to learn. So I mean, the hope is that I hope the next generation will pick up, and do more to help us understand what's happening. Yeah, because there's so much to learn. Yeah.
So for me, I think we need to acknowledge that, all this rapid decline is happening, right? Because if not, then we tend to be a bit complacent. There's always time, right? But I think what gives me hope is whenever I interact with people from any walks of life, especially young kids, like what Dr. Tan was saying, like younger generation, right? Nowadays, they can come to me and explain what's a carbon source and carbon sink, which really impressed me. Yeah, so like just seeing how knowledgeable they are and excited they are to learn about our marine environment, it inspires me. Okay, I need to do more so that I can teach them something new that they don't know. Yeah.
For me, the hope is already in this room. I see a lot of young people who are actively listening, and I think hopefully actively doing as well. A lot has been made about this generation being the anxious generation. There's a whole book written about it. But I think you're moving beyond being the anxious generation to the courageous generation. Fixing the problems that some of our generation, unfortunately, were the ones creating. So there's hope. There's hope yet. You guys are already here. You just need to amplify it.
Thanks. I'll pick up from what Astri mentioned about declines. So I think all of us grew up in this age where all we have heard of is declines of ecosystems, species, and habitats, and so on. So if you sort of extrapolate that, right, and then over 4 or 5 decades of that decline, you would expect that there's really nothing left, right? That everything is gone. But actually, that's not true. And as all of the panelists have mentioned, the biodiversity and nature is really resilient. We are still seeing ecosystems, species thriving, maybe not necessarily thriving, but persisting. So if they have not given up hope, I think we shouldn't as well. Yeah, thanks.
And I think that we should remember the building we're sitting in. So, we have the ArtScience Museum, and isn't that so amazing that actually through the power of artists, seeing things in new ways, inviting us in, being able to say, look at this differently, smell this differently, hear this differently, interact with this differently. At that intersection, we have then the magic where then potentially people are like, aha, I now understand the science. The scientists are going to hopefully continue to do what they do best. And they're going to explore, and they're going to discover amazing new species. Don't forget how much of a tiny percentage there still is left to explore in the ocean. But that beautiful combination of the artists, the scientists, and now the immersive technologists potentially coming in to actually say, welcome into this world. I'm going to take you somewhere you've never been before, and I'm going to make you really care about it. That is what I really am hopeful about, that we'll continue these conversations at this beautiful intersection. And so thank you so much for all the work that you do in bringing all of these different interdisciplinary conversations together. So important. Thank you.
Thank you for the very profound set of reflections. And also the reminder that ocean stewardship really emerges through collaboration and conservation, conversations. And thank you so much for listening in. We are also really appreciative to TM and Magda for their presentations in a really rich session 1. And please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists again. And the second session for the symposium begins from a related but slightly different question. If science help us to understand the ocean, how might artistic practice help us encounter it? Many of the systems that shape marine environments are very difficult to perceive directly, as you've heard from the speakers in session 1. Acoustic ecologies are unfolding beneath the ocean surface. Biodiversity exists at scales that are often hidden from view. Environmental change occurs gradually across time scales that exceed everyday human experience. The artists and practitioners joining us this afternoon work precisely at these thresholds. And through their practices, they invite us to consider how attention itself can become a form of environmental engagement. We begin with Jana Winderen, a sound artist whose practice is centered on listening to underwater environments. Using hydrophones and field recordings, Jana reveals the acoustic complexity of marine ecosystems, drawing our attention to both the richness of underwater life, but also the environmental changes that are registered within these soundscapes. And follow Jana, we have Marco Barotti, who works across sculpture, sound, and environmental technologies. His project in the exhibition, Coral Sonic Resilience, explores how bioacoustic research might contribute to coral reef restoration through underwater sound sculptures that are designed to support ecological recovery. We will then hear from Robertina Šebjanič, an artist researcher working at the intersections of hydro-ecology, interspecies relations, and environmental histories. Robertina's practice explores the often invisible consequences of human activity within aquatic environments and invites us to rethink our relationships with more than human worlds. And our fourth speaker is Ersin Han Ersin, artist and director of Marshmallow Laser Feast. Working across immersive media and collaborative research, Ersin develops projects with his team that translate complex ecological systems into beautifully embodied experiences which open up new ways for audiences to connect with the living world. Next, we hear from Lachlan Turczan, whose practice explores the optical and sonic properties of water through light, perception, and fluid dynamics. And his work reviews water as an active medium that can reshape how we experience space, movement, and environment. And finally, for session 2, we are joined by Mint Papahon, who is the exhibition's producer at bit.studio. And bit.studio is a team of technologists, engineers, artists, and creatives at the intersection, not only of emerging technology, but also robotics and spatial experience. And they create installations that transform environmental systems and data into beautiful participatory encounters. And I would love to invite Jana to start us off for session 2. So please welcome Jana Winderen for her talk.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. It's been great to be here. I'm sad to leave tomorrow. I will sort of talk a little bit about my background and also take you through a few field trips and some examples of work that I have done in very many glasses. A bit useless human beings, so we kind of lose our vision and even our hearing. But this is my closest neighbor. I mean, he's been around since, not him, but probably his granddad. Like my granddad was around when I was around 7, and I moved to the family farm that has been in my family for generations. I mean, there's houses there from 1600. And, you know, I traveled a lot around in the world, and I often say, you know, I've been to the North Pole, I've been to all over the place. And but I say to people like, why, yeah, but you don't have to travel. You can just listen in your own backyard and notice things. And then I ask myself, do I do that myself? So about 5 years ago, when I moved back to the farm to help my mother, I really started to kind of just like open the window and try to really get to know my neighbors. And this guy now, I've been following all of them like for about 5 years. So you get a kind of really personal relationship to them all. this guy here is like, you know, the fact that they are observing us, and then, you know, I notice that I'm being observed, and I observe back, and we start talking together, you know. And this one, she's like, I've given birth now every year, 2 or 3 calves every year. Some survive, not always. Once I was like gone for a while, I got really worried, you know, but you create a kind of close relationship to the creatures around you when you really start to notice. And also these goldfinches, they come back and they notice if I put seeds with shells on or not, you know, on the, you know, in the winter, and then they come in big flock and they tell each other about it. If you notice on when in the window in the background there was a lake, and this lake was about to die from algae overgrowth when I was around 7 in the early 70s, and it was really worrying, you know, for me. It's like fish were dying. They didn't have enough oxygen. So this really formed a lot about how I was thinking. I started, oh my God, that's really, really bad. Around the same time, I received this book. I just put this slide in my, listen to the others here, because it's a book that really worked. This was at the UNESCO conference in 1972. It was translated in different languages. I don't know if it was here, but it was at the Ecology conference in Stockholm in the early 70s. And recently I also met Timothy Morton, that also spent his life thinking about these things, that he also had that book when he was around 7. So it's just to say, you know, encouragement to that this works. In the back of these books, there were postcards that you could take out and send to your prime minister. You know, and I think I've been trying to send these postcards all the rest of my life, really, until now, 50 years later. And I also grew up with my granddad, and he told me a lot about the environment around the farm, and also a place we have on the south coast of Norway, which he protected, and there's not building on it. He was an ear, nose, and throat specialist. So early on, I was aware of bone conduction, and also then understanding more about, you know, how does fish hear, and how can I also maybe hear a bit better underwater. So my studio, my tools, different constellations for different trips. I work with hydrophones. I always like to show my instruments, which this hydrophone, that is my favorite. I really like this one because it has very sensitive and wide frequency spectrum. So I use always more than one at different depths, but also at different widths. Here it was actually, by the way, a way to try to test out how you can directionalize the hydrophones. Here with prototype of a 12-channel hydrophone, there's 12 small hydrophones of this prototype made by Tony Mayet that I was happy to try out in Panama when I was on board the Dardanelle, which with TBA21 Academy. But I like to record at different depths, as I mentioned, because the sound is traveled differently according to you know, pressure, temperature. I think I mean even also salinity. So here is just drilling holes in the ice. It's around Svalbard, and also above water. I always record above water too. With the walruses, you have to just make sure you're not on the wrong side, meaning on the side of the water, because they will be very worried if they can't escape. But they're very curious. They come really close. I'm curious about this kind of chung sound that they make, you know, and this is always what happens when you're out recording, and it's sort of, wow, I didn't know that they were doing this knocking sound either, and how do they do it, you know, how do they make this pyong thing happening, what is it, you know? So it starts to kind of rise a lot of questions, and I've got to say, I've been very lucky that I could ask questions all through my job. And I asked a question about, because I was working for BBC with a documentary about migrating species, and I was following cod migration from the Barents Sea to the Norwegian coast where they are spawning. And around that time, it was also a lot of talking about, drilling, oil testing off the coast of Norway and Lofoten Islands. And also around then it was prevented, that didn't happen. And international, that was like a really, celebration, managed to put pressure on the government. But in the back of that, open field in the Barents Sea. So for the cod, when they're going spawning and they go up in the Barents Sea to feed, it will be quite destructive for them. And here they're looking at the otoliths inside of the inner ears of the cod, and that was new for me, that they have, you can see the earrings as on the tree. You can just see how old they are, and this has been collecting them for like 30 years. Then 30 years, that's about 20 years ago, the image, when I was first on the research ship. And the lady next to him there told me about coral reefs. So this becomes like important a bit later for me. The coral reefs, the deep water and cold water reefs on the coast of Norway. And around the same time, I was also working a lot in rivers and listening to the underwater insects stridulation. Can you hear it? No. Can't be a bit high in the speakers here. So they go into choirs together. These are different species that comes in, recorded at the same place. So back then I was working in a river in the UK and around Newcastle, and I had just been in the lab there and seeing how they're collecting and looking at which underwater insects they use to, how they are collecting a sample of water and see what's present there and see which species of insects have survived or which are expected to be there and not. So I suggested, what if I kind of identify the sound of each of these insects? Can I then listen to what is present, and in that way listen to the health of this body of water? And the professor, he said to me, yeah, it's interesting, but very hard to prove. But being a scientist, I've been an artist, actually. I have a background in science, but I am a practicing artist, definitely, and not a scientist. I did that for 4 years, actually, first. So we wanted to be a marine biologist. Where was I? So when I was invited to come up with a project for this boat here, Dardanella, for what became TBA 21 Academy, back in 2009, I think, I thought, what if I apply this for coral reefs? And I actually hadn't been on, for me, a tropical coral reef. Being up in Norway, we can't really do a swim around and see the deep water reefs. So I was very excited to think, how can I then listen to the health of a coral reef in the more tropical areas of the Caribbean. The problem was, for me, you see, they're very loud. So these humpbacks, they come there to give birth, and there are hundreds of them, but I was there to listen for around the coral reefs that are really important, I think, for that it is a good environment for the humpbacks to give birth and also later to mate, because of it less swell, because of the coral, and the mangrove, also that was mentioned earlier, super important for the not so much erosion, and also for being places that the coral larvae can home back to the reefs, and that they are sounding, like also was mentioned. So we were there with a person from Ruben Torres from reef check Dominican Republic and underwater photographer, taking also back samples to a coral nursery on land in Dominican Republic. And I was mainly listening around the corals, and I'm just sort of, it's a bit funny because, you know, my hydrophones was almost too sensitive for the enormous amount of sound from the humpbacks there. What was this? It was, yeah, okay. So this, yeah, it was a bit short. I have to go over quickly. To the, this was a toadfish, and also in the same area that I was very interested in recording and listening to the fish, because earlier on I was realizing how much sound fish makes. As I was mentioning that cod, it certainly make all sorts of different sounds, and they also have different dialects around Norway. In the area around the sea ice, I was part of a project called Dark Ecology, where we were going from Kirkenes over to Russia, and we would see that the northeast passage was starting to open up, and and also the sea ice edge was moving further north. It was said in the media, and I thought, what does this mean? So again, like a question, I wanted to understand more about this, and then I was invited by Paul Wassmann to be part of this. This is 10 years later, another research ship trip, to try to understand more about everything that you had to look at in a microscope in the whole water column, and also with the CTD measures that you are all, I'm sure, familiar with this. And the phytoplankton and the whole carbon sink here. Phytoplankton being eaten by zooplankton, and again by fish, and pooing, and whale coming in to eat the fish, or even also the plankton. All really important for the carbon sink into the benthic layers there. I will play for you. Oops. I mean, it was quite incredible for me to first hear them. I hadn't heard them before, the bearded seals that are under the ice, under the sea ice. And around that time also, they were lying around on the ice floes because they were shedding their fur and they like to socialize. So they were lying around on the sea, on the ice there. And yeah. We are looking at the future with no ice there. And when I was out with the ship there, it was like as little ice as they had ever seen. So I continued. I was also going to the North Pole back then. I really do believe that how massively the sound environment underwater will change when this sea ice disappears. The storm, the rain will sound very different to orientate to and be in for the creatures that are depending to hear each other and orientate themselves, and also not to have any ice floes to hang around on. This kind of looks cool, I guess. Me close to the North Pole, where it was minus 40 degrees, and it was this constant sound of a generator from the camp. It's typically like, so I would say, sound tells another story. Sound adds to this. If I was playing you the sound of that, it would be not what you expect, So for this, it was a commission by Sonic Act and Hilde Meti for Sonic Act Festival the year after. And I made a composition for 8 speakers outside of the Musikerbau. And on this trip, I met the scientist Carlos Duarte. And I interviewed all the scientists on board about their work. And he also had a really nice explanation of what the marginal ice zone is. What frustrated me then, it was like, see, the ice edge is moving north. The ice edge is like, it's too simplistic, and that's often what happens in the media. You know, they put these very simple headliners out, and it just doesn't tell the story. You know, so it seems it's quite simple. It's just like a line. It goes further north, and yes, okay, of course we can drill for oil further north then. You know, but it isn't that simple. And people understand when you tell. Like this is so important. So inside on the headphones were the explanation by Carlos of what a marginal ice zone is and the spring bloom in the marginal ice zone, how important that is. The museum outside where it was, or a museum is where a concert hall in Amsterdam. It moved also to Toronto, that piece, where I installed it on this kind of cranes for the, so you could go in the center. It was a kind of very toxic place and felt right to this kind of temporary situation. It was also a release where I included Carlos. Carlos is track 1, and then there's a composition from the installation on this release. It's a kind of way of spreading the word, in my opinion. And when Norway started to kind of talk about it again a year later, I did a re-release of this release and pushed it again, kind of thing, to remind people. And Carlos also invited me to be part of this paper, which was the soundscape of the Anthropocene ocean, which was scientists and one artist, which is a bit rare, you know. Or, I mean, it's becoming less rare, which is super great. And I think it was the Climate Research Center in Bergen was the first scientist that came and asked me about something about 15 years ago. But before that, it was more us, or I will say, talk myself, artists running around wanting to know what the scientists were working with. And I also wanted to include this more local, because I mean, I would say this sound, if you heard my performance or if you heard the installation inside, you will hear this. For example, the bearded seal is there inside of both these compositions I made for here. And also the sound of the fish from this occasion. This is in near Krabi. I was invited to the Thailand Biennale. And I think the curator wanted me to kind of do this sort of solar-powered speaker installation thing, but it didn't feel right. So I was like, it was so fantastic just to listen in itself. And in the Arctic, there is a technique to listen with an oar to the head, to listen for whales, for whale hunting. So I had it in my sketchbook. I thought I wanted to try that, to listen with an oar to my head, to see if I could listen into the water, as you would listen in the belly of the boat, you know, that you can hear whales and crustaceans in the belly of the boat. So I was planning to do that, and I was out recording in the river running out into the fjord there, and Man came up, and he was wondering what I was doing with my hydrophones and my microphones in the boat. So, and then he showed me, yeah, I know this sound. And he showed me he was listening with an oar to the head, you know. So it was the practice that it was really interesting. Of course, I will listen to the fish. And so I thought about this line of the people in the north where it's melting in the ice through the water, from the skull into the water, through the ocean, communication, where it's flooding. So it became kind of a collaboration, not kind of, it was a collaboration with Man and Supan, which are local conservationists in the area of this mangrove forest in particular, and also the ocean. And we did it together after I came back several times, and I collaborated with Paul and Ansusina that is living in Bangkok and was there much more than I had the possibility to be. So I didn't really want to just come there. We were encouraged to work outside and not in a gallery situation. But to just come and sort of plop something there, it's like, I didn't want to do that. You know, I'd rather work with collaborations where I can. Then I also, in that trip, got to know Rudreng Ramayai in Jana. And we were on a Skype back then, and we both realized that we're both listening to fish. So he was just saying to me, oh, yeah, okay, faster. Okay, sorry, I have to go. Oh, right, okay. How do I have to go immediately? Do I have to go immediately? 1 minute. Oh, 1 minute. Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, right. Okay, one fish sound. The really rich biodiversity outside China. So this is basically, it's a school of fish at the middle of the night, where we're just floating through 2 hydrophones in the water. And we were looking at which species had come back into this area, because it was worked with putting artificial reefs in the area. It was totally dead 30 years ago, trawled dead, and the fishermen had to like go really far out and be away for days. So they worked hard to get the biodiversity back, and it was over 140 species that has come back, and it became a sustainable fishing there again. Really, really sad that it is now planning for building harbor area there, and it is now on hold, and hopefully will be cancelled. And I hope to go back in February. I was back in March now in Krabi area, which was so great to see again, but it was, like they said, there was less fish than it used to be. So I don't know. I can go on for the rest of the evening, basically.
Hi everyone, how are you? Thank you very much, Jana, for this wonderful journey. And thanks to the panelists from before, and the scientists, and the Art and Science Museum for having us all today and sharing this wonderful day together, this wonderful exhibition together with all of you amazing artists. And I'm very excited to be here. Very, very excited actually, because Singapore has been like the beginning of my choral journey back in 2020, just out of the blue. I actually don't even remember why I arrived in Singapore, because the first work I did about chorals, it was with the Technische Universität in Berlin. But somehow I managed to sneak in the Singapore scientific community that take care of our more than human friends, right? And they helped me with their knowledge, and as well with a lot of data actually, to bring my work to life, right? And that's the work that brought me here today, and what I'm doing in the last probably 5 years. And I'll be happy to share it with you. So I think we should listen to something. We have been listening to great recordings from Jana, actually. This is amazing. But to something very special and specific. So I invite you, it's very short, I invite you, to tune in, and then you can tune in my talk as well, and then we go on a journey together. So this is the sound of a healthy coral reef, alive with crackles, pops, clicks, and low-frequency hums made by fish, shrimp, and other marine organisms. These sounds are not just beautiful and cosmic, they're vital. Young corals and fish larvae use sound to navigate and to locate suitable habitats to settle and grow. So in other words, if a reef, if it's alive with sound, is most likely to stay alive. But when reefs degrade, they grow silent. Coral reefs are important for life on Earth. They support us with incredible benefits. They offer food, shelter, ingredients for pharmaceutical, carbon storage, and much more. They support the life of a quarter of marine species, even if they cover only 1% of the ocean floor. They're also able to absorb wave energy and protect coastlines from storms and erosion. So in many ways, coral reefs are fortresses of biodiversity and resilience. But the reefs are in crisis, of course, and the main causes are pollution, rising sea temperatures, destructive coastal development, and much more. So coral bleaching is becoming more severe and frequent, and is not anymore part of single events, but is part of a larger pattern that shows us that climate change and human activities are bringing ecosystems beyond their limits. So protecting the reefs is not anymore just an act of conservation, but it's an act of care, of reciprocity, and justice. And when we safeguard coral ecosystems, or any ecosystem, we also protect the intricate web of life that binds us all together. I have a background in music, and sound has always been the core of my work. For me, it's not just a medium. It's a way of sensing, of connecting, and understanding. Through sound, I try to open a space where data becomes experience, and where listening becomes a form of awareness, engagement, and repair. I create interventions in urban and natural environments. They are data-driven kinetic sound sculptures that resemble animals and plants and deal with environmental and social issues. In every work, I try to recreate the biology and the functionality of specific species in nature through technology. I constantly collaborate with scientists, and I use environmental data sonification to bring critical topics to the audience in a more tangible, sensitive, and poetical way. And today I'm here to share with you my latest work, which is exhibited downstairs, and it's Coral Sonic Resilience, an interdisciplinary art and science collaboration rooted on acoustic ecology, which explores how the soundscapes of healthy reefs can actually support the recovery of damaged ones. The work builds on the research of Professor Timothy Lamont from Lancaster University. In the Great Barrier Reef, Professor Lamont applied a technique called acoustic enrichment. He recorded the soundscapes of healthy reefs in multiple locations, and then he played those sounds back into degraded colonies using underwater loudspeakers. And over 40 days, his research proved that fish and other marine organisms came back to the degraded colonies because of sound. I got fascinated with the concept of acoustic enrichment and by the idea that sound can actually heal an ecosystem. Well, more than fascinated, I got obsessed with it, and I tell you why. In my previous work about corals, I developed what I call techno-shamans. Techno-shamans are algorithms based on shamanistic music from South America, South Korea, and Japan. The goal of the artwork was to create speculative healing rituals for corals using bleaching data sets. So when I found out that scientists were doing in real life what my speculative artwork was trying to do metaphorically, a new path opened up. I started diving into acoustic ecology, asking myself, how can sound and art become an act of repair, contributing directly to ecological recovery? So for the first time in my life, I made an artwork not for humans, but for fish and corals. The sculptures are 3D printed using ceramic and calcium carbonate, materials which are reef compatible, and they reflect the natural composition of corals. The texture is actually inspired by 3D scans of bleached corals that bleached in the Singaporean reef on the mass bleaching in 2016. And the design is thought to invite marine life to shelter, to settle, and grow. This shot is taken in Ferido Island in the Maldives, where together with the University of Padua, I went to record the soundscapes of healthy reefs and to install the sculptures in damaged areas and coral nurseries. A lucky marine biologist could stay there for 2 months to collect data on fish recruitment and coral growth. And we are at the moment analyzing the data, and a scientific paper will be published by the end of 2026. The underwater work is powered by solar energy. So this solar power station is floating above the artwork, and it converts sunlight into electricity through photovoltaic panels. Believe it or not, it's designed in Berlin, and it's made to be taken apart and to fit inside a suitcase, so we can take it with us on a plane and install it everywhere in no time. After the Maldives, I was invited to Portland in Jamaica by TBA 21, TBA 21 Academy, and the Alligator Head Foundation. And together we took the project into the next level somehow. And we installed it on the Sun Reef, so right beside the very famous Blue Lagoon in Jamaica. And the scientists are now taking care of the work. They are going on a weekly base to collect data on fish and coral recruitment. What we did there very special. We installed next to the artwork coral trees, artificial coral trees with fragments of Acropora palmata. Acropora palmata is one of the key species of Portland, and also, sadly, one of the key species which is actually slowly disappearing. Slowly disappearing, I mean that when we went to look for fragments, there was one palmata here, one palmata 1 kilometer away, and in the middle there was nothing left. So there is about 4 Acropora palmata left in the old fish sanctuary of Portland. And we were lucky enough to be able to take small fragments, and hopefully, together with our work, we'll be able to regrow the palmata together. What is happening beside the underwater work is what the work is here about, right? So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take the underwater installation to an actually human audience. So exhibitions which are made for you guys, and not only for fishes, right? And so the journey starts right here. at the Art and Science Museum, and it will continue at Science Gallery in Melbourne, ZKM in Karlsruhe, BMA in Busan, and Ocean Space during the Venice Biennale of Architecture in 2027. And what is very special about Singapore is that the artwork that you see downstairs at the end of the exhibition will be deployed in the reefs of Singapore. So it will become property of the more than human community after it has been engaged with actually the human Singaporean community, right? And during this journey, what I learned and what I keep on learning is that whether the artwork is installed underwater or in a gallery, it is driven by the same purpose: to change our perspective, to invite to new ways of listening, and to engage with and to protect the fragile ecologies that we are part of. In this way, coral sonic resilience is not only exposing a crisis, it takes part in it, intervenes, and proposes new models of coexistence and regeneration. Thank you.
All right, let's go. Hello, everyone. ArtScience Museum. Thank you so much for having us and having this wonderful exhibition, and inviting us to be part of it. Also inviting us to be part of their art scientists residency program. So we are appearing multiple times this year, throughout the year, in various exhibitions, and it's a wonderful journey because. It's a wonderful journey because every time we had the opportunity to be here in Singapore, we also had the opportunity to meet the scientists, the researchers, the field kind of experts working in various fields that are kind of overlapping with our own research. And throughout this journey, hopefully, more collaborations will emerge. I'm Ersin Han Ersin. I'm an artist and director of London-based experiential artist collective, Marshmallow Laser Feast. It sounds like we work for catering, but actually not. And it was the only domain that was available as a .com, so we got that name randomly. And when you put it on the WOA III words, it appears somewhere in Italy, in Sicily. So if you ever want to visit Marshmallow Laser Feast, it's one branch there, and the other one is based in London. We are a passionate group of people working in the intersection of ecology, sometimes philosophy, or often inspired by philosophy, and different technological inquiries that are allowing us to tell stories. And these stories inspired by the more than human world. And, as an artist collective, we seek to find emotional resonance in these scientific stories that connects us to the more than human world. And coupled with these emerging technologies, we try to tell stories of the more than human world. Before I begin, I'll invite you to a simple meditation together. Just please close your eyes. We will take 3 breaths together. Inhale slowly, thinking about 25 billion air molecules hitting with each other faster than the speed of sound, filling your lungs. As you exhale, it goes and disperses into the atmosphere. And when you inhale, think about where does your body end and where the world begins. As you exhale, you can see that tracing your out-breath connects you to the rest of the living world. We often think ourselves as individuals bound by our skin. That's where me ends and the world begins, and I put clothes in between, and I have a personal space. But the simple tool, which we breathe, almost 20,000 times a day, connects us to the living world. So what do we need to do to blur this boundary, to remind us that we are, on an ongoing basis, every moment we are alive, we are connected to the rest of the living world? And this, wonderful phrase from Marilyn Sheldrake, being is always being with. So we are never alone. We might be lonely, but we are never alone. And this notion can be traced back more than 2,000 years. You can look at the Zen Buddhism, which they call interbeing, or you can come to enlightenment, which they call it towards the end, entanglement. And we can also now really acknowledge the reciprocity that we all have. And they all kind of sum up the same thing. But our journey into this came from a specific project more than a decade ago called In the Eyes of the Animal. We were invited to create a response to a site in Grisdale Forest up north in the UK. And the first realization was, actually, we don't know anything about the forest. So this became this realization, how do we really acknowledge its space from a perspective that is not my own, but something else who occupies that space? And Umwelt became the main framework for us to explore, or at least one of the line of inquiries that is very close to my heart. How different species, non-human species, perceiving reality that is different than mine. And obviously, this is relatively new. Up until the 1900s, we didn't think this existed. They were just autoresponses of these reflexes of different species to what seems like being alive, but not really consciously. But we now know there are so many incredible ways of existing in this planet. And I guess each of these projects are exploring this. So your last breath, probably somewhere in the atmosphere right now, as you exhale that one, a giant sperm whale the size of a bus just released a massive poo in the coast of Australia. And that massive poo was a calling card for these tiny, 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 tiny critters called phytoplankton. It was the sunset, so they felt safe. They came to that poo, but what they also got is the carbon dioxide that went out from your mouth into their belly to metabolize. So every other breath, sometimes every second and the third breath we take, is going to the ocean, to these tiny critters. They move with the moon and the sun. They move with the whales. So you might think that you've never met with a sperm whale before, but actually you've been entangled and living with these for every moment you've been alive. And I think our work is primarily exploring this relationality and trying to make sense of it through scientific inquiry and collaboration, but also trying to make it tangible so we can feel something about this realization. And it comes with this. When we were creating In the Eyes of the Animal, this strange phenomena, and there's a beautiful paper from 1948. What does the frog's brain told the frog's eye? What it means is the frog actually can't see if the prey is not moving or the frog is not moving. So what does that mean for a biological being? That an eye can make a decision to pass on to their brain. And it changes our understanding of how biological beings function and what we call consciousness or mindfully paying attention could be shifted to elsewhere. So that makes this incredible being more intelligent than us, or their distribution of intelligence completely different than us. What would it mean to feel like a frog, where they can ribbit a single rap that ripples through the pond and comes back to their body to feel and create a three-dimensional map of that space? So these are the little avenues that we've been exploring to create these series of works, which is about disembodying our own body and embody the sensory perception of different species, like a frog, a mosquito that can see carbon dioxide, or an owl that has these beautiful conical eyeballs that they can read newspaper from 100 meters. And so these incredible sensory perceptions are translated through, what we can understand as humans, but also as multisensory storytelling moments and elements in the eyes of the animal. these are some of these moments that we scan the forest using architectural tools like a LiDAR scanner to capture this and then translate into what we think their perception is. Obviously, it's worth mentioning the wonderful seminal paper by Thomas Nagel, What is it like to be a bat? Which concludes that we're never gonna know, even if we understand and dissect every single neural pathway in their minds and physiology of their organs.
Well done, dudes. What a show. What a show. Unbelievable. Very clever.
As you can see, it resonated with people. So we build these custom helmets and rumble packs that vibrate with the ribbit of the frog or the vibrations of the wings of a dragonfly. But these questions start kind of coming back. What is it like to be a dragonfly that can see 300 frames per second? Your iPhone camera can capture that as slow-mo. And what is it like to be a giant sperm whale that can, with a single click, identify a 20-centimeter shrimp from a few hundred meters? What is it like to feel to have a personal space if you can talk to your friend from 2,000 kilometers? How does it like to have pretty much the entirety of the ocean calling home? So these are the strange notions that we've been asking ourselves, and obviously Proust does a really good job articulating everything I'm going to tell you in one sentence. The only true voyage of discovery is to behold the universe through the eye of another. So seeing echoes in the mind of a whale, which you can see downstairs if you haven't yet, is an extension of that line of inquiry, the Umwelt that we are exploring. It is a collaboration between Tom Mastil, who's a natural history filmmaker, but also author of the book called How to Speak Whale. Through his wonderful studies and research and connecting with so many acoustic marine biologists around the world, exploring these notions. And the other partner that we work with primarily was the Applied Bioacoustic Lab in University of Catalonia. But these are just, a few of them, because as you enter the space of acoustic marine biology or marine biology in general, you realize this generous community of people, not just professionals who are working as scientists, but whale watchers are also filming and recording just for their own pleasure, but often giving access to their incredible databases in service of, whether it's climate campaigning or sometimes scientific research. So they opened us their incredible library of kind of different species, either talking among themselves or talking to each other. And this was an incredible journey because, for us, this notion of vocalization, even though we use vocalization and we often, until very recently, we thought vocalizations carry meaningful information only in humans. But we now know that these species, a sperm whale, can hold 148 phonetic alphabets. They can form these long-lasting family bonds that could last for 100 years. So listening was obviously a part of this kind of journey to understand and how to translate this, collecting intention of the viewer in a space, setting an intention, and hopefully that would turn into an action. And that action could be just sparking a curiosity or writing to your prime minister or campaigning for them. But we need to do that quick. Like, it's all in a very, very, very bad shape. As you've seen in the first session, we might lose 90% of the coral reefs. Those are the rainforests, like biodiversity hotspots of this ocean that holds 25% and feeds 25% of the fish. And how do we really understand that world? And maybe sound is one entry point that is, glamorous, interesting, weird, and wonderful. So the lab that we work with holds these hydrophones in 100 different spots in the ocean, constantly gathering data, and they look a bit like these. It's like a little missile. They design them to look really nice so they can give it to the private yachts where the rich and the wealthy owns, to take it to the places that they couldn't go that often all the time. So they have to design them as sculptural objects so they can be dispersed around the world's oceans and start gathering data live using satellite connections. Working with another institute called Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, which has multiple hydrophones listening the ocean all the time and recording, while also doing countless expeditions around the world to bring that data back. And here, this is a sperm whale. It's I think the second largest mammal, second largest, one of the longest living species. We've never seen them eat. This is a foraging moment that was recorded. We've had GPS recordings of them go down, sometimes down to 2,000 meters, and sound recordings, and there are theories about why that mic drop happens. They increase their resolution of seeing these giant squids, and they stunt them, kind of debunked, or they go quiet so they are not noticed, and then they grab. We find their remainings in their stomach, but we've actually never seen them eat. So there are all these incredible beings that's been around the world in their body far longer than we were, and yet we haven't really fully acknowledged how they exist in this world. So these recordings and the excitement in the bioacousticians when they share these has been with me when we were making this project. And we tried to knit these narratives into a coherent sensory journey where 3 species became our main focus, which utilizes the vocalizations in a very profound way. A bottlenose dolphin, one of the most well-known dolphins in the world. A humpback whale, the songs are incredible, what they mean. And then a sperm whale that can, do all those incredible things with their vocalizations. But I think most importantly, their entire head is an auditory organ that can change its viscosity to influence what they are listening. What does it mean to have such organ to primarily to listen? Because if you are talking more than you listen, like we all do, maybe you're not really paying attention. So evolution kind of shows us maybe our first inquiry is listening more than talking. And this goes, without saying, the intent of the installation has always been just primarily a listening experience. The videos, the visual aspect came after, because we stumble upon these really strange beings. Oh, I want to play this. This is just a shrimp. It's a mantis shrimp. Less colorful cousin of the peacock shrimp. They are melodic. An incredible rave is going on there. Marco was showing, like coral reef is just buzzing with life. It's incredible. Or just the cousins of what Jana was playing. These are weddell and leopard seals from the Antarctica. It's just bonkers. I mean, it's a laser gun. So we've collected all these different sounds to focus on 3 main species, but these species dive in different depths. That was one of the main idea, where you take a single breath as a bottlenose dolphin, you dive around 400 meters, and in between you see all those other species which you encountered, but also places. You know, coral reefs were the first part where we explored through the eye of a bottlenose dolphin. And then you continue to take a breath and then dive again as a humpback whale. There's a wonderful book by Rebecca Giggs called Fathoms, and there she interviews a poet to decipher what a humpback whale song might be. And it's a very, beautifully speculated reality that what if that is like an Odyssey? It's an epic poem that they are kind of recording their journey, announcing to everyone in the breeding ground, and they are changing phrases and then coming back with one often picked. They have a chart. So they have a Beyonce, they have a Britney Spears, they have a Drake. So these are the humpback whales that are changing what they sing every year and often exchange their songs. So how do you take that and then translate into a potentially is it finished or 5 minutes? Is it finished? 1 minute. Oh, right. But the last one is obviously looking at the sperm whales, where they, forage that we've never seen. So we reenacted that scene in a software to create a coherent language, basically building these sound worlds into a narrative that is linear, and then combining that with underwater videography as well as animated content to create a coherent language that speaks one that is porous, relatively abstract, so you can actually imagine what it might be rather than telling or showing what exactly is. That has been the main kind of incentive of the exhibition. So you can close your eyes and listen to the sounds around you in the installation. We don't get any offense. I don't think I will have time to show all the intricacies of how the sound world works in the background, but there are multiple channels. So to give you this enveloping feeling of being in water, not with your own body, because even if you go and be with these species, with our evolved ears, we're never gonna hear them this way. So we are trying to kind of emulate what would it feel to be a whale, to listen to these songs. This piece continues around the world in different forms and shapes, and going into weird locations where human exceptionalism has been the kind of main thing that we looked at, and then trying to bring that down into the oceans where we find the heavens, not in the sky, but here on Earth. Thank you very much.
So I'm very, very glad to continue. Sorry, just to make sure that everything is working properly. So my presentation is a video which is behind me, and I would just like to bring us somewhere else. In this moment, you can hear the sounds from Galapagos. I have been there in a research vessel together with the scientists and exploring different sonic levels of the area where it's actually not damaged so much by humans. And I like to say in my work in general, it's mostly powered by the being on different research vessels, being researcher trying to think and look beyond who we are, who are the others, what are their signals, what are the rhythms, what are the sounds. But these sounds are many times raptured. And this what you heard now for a second, which was so annoying. It's constantly happening in the oceans and seas because of our constant presence. I started to write about this in the terminology which I use is aquatocene, and it was also then used by other scientists. So it was really nice also to have these loops, not only us artists going to the scientists, but scientists coming back to us, referring to my research instead of their scientific paper. And I think these kind of practices are always important to point out, especially in this kind of assemblies, where we like to speak about how art science is collaborating with each other. And one of the first creatures that I started to work with, they're actually jellyfish. This was recorded in the Izmir Bay in Turkey, where I was in the residency. There have been like huge jellyfish blooms. And I wanted to reflect to this, how this creature, which is so foreign to us, so unknown, to bring them to the gallery and to put them into coexistence with other machineries. This was like one of the first work where I was like trying to enter into this world, and then I started to go just deeper and deeper into the oceanic lives, I would say. So I really like to show always this map also how fish sees the world, how we perceive it. And when I was on the research vessel Celtic Explorer a few years ago, I had the joy of like meeting two protagonists. One was basking shark, and others that have been flame shells. The flame shells, they're really tiny, tiny shells which they are building up the reefs. And they are helping to build the seabeds where all these different creatures, which they are like either surviving with the poo from the basking sharks or different animals coexisting.
From the short term to the long term, individualized and collective. The ocean of today.
Being a Celtic Explorer, I was actually working a lot on DNA sampling, like eDNA sampling and different strategies, but then I really wanted to speak about also how our relationship to animals is changing. And instead of this song, which you heard now for a second, it's a lullaby which goes for more than 35 minutes. It's like the song about bringing the voice of basking sharks, flame shells, the different contexts which we as humans have putting them in. As for instance, basking sharks, they have been like one of the most industrial animals in the 17th, 18th, and 19th century. Their livers, they have been used for the oil inside of our inside of houses, but now they are like one of the major cultural emblem of Irish waters. So with engaging singers, they are singing in Sian Nosh, which is like typical Irish way of singing. I really wanted to bring also this connection between us, the landscape, and spaces. And when I speak about us, landscape, and spaces, I will refer now to the work which is actually now here on the exhibition in the ArtScience Museum. It's work Echinea Future, Adriatic Sensing. What we see behind me is actually sea urchin under the microscope. Like mostly these are the creatures which we perceived as spiky animal, which can be giving us problems when we want to have leisure time and just go to swim. But they have also their own rights and ways to be around. And the project was actually developed during my residence in Dubrovnik at Adriatic, where the city is like shrinking and growing every month almost, because it's a touristic city. So during the winter, there is maybe 2,000 people. During the summer, there is 20 million people coming. So all this kind of is stressing out majorly the animals, the marine life, which is in coastal region there. Because the coast is also not so deep there, so the changes are also much more rapid, much more present. I was looking mostly into this, like how, together with the team of Dubrovnik Marine Science Station and Ur Institute, what is the oxygen changes, you know? It's like the when the oxygen is like dropping, and then the levels of that dropping, what does it mean to these coastal creatures which they are living there? So we have been looking together with the team into micro, macro, and long and short moments. In the sense, like what you see behind me now, it was like experiments which we did with larvae of sea urchin, exposing them to different stressors, and to see how the body is changing because of us. This change of the body is then actually presented as a beauty instead of the sculpture, but I wanted to also bring this fragility of the animal, you know? So what you see here is now like actually larva, which is planktonic creature for a while, the sea urchin, and how we blowed it up together with amazing glassmaker, which is working many times with me. And I was trying to, on one hand, show this, and with the video, which is on the 3 TVs, which they're like constantly moving, there are 30 years of different data of pH, salinity, and so on. And I wanted to bring this data near to our feet. That's why the TVs are actually moving. They're coming and going, you know, this kind of like feeling being at the shore. I really wanted to achieve the feeling being at the shore and being at the water and understand this kind of feeling which I experience when I'm in Dubrovnik, in that specific location, to bring it in different way, you know, because I've always tried to adjust my artworks also to special localities. Because I think, even though that, yes, everything is interconnected, and we should not forget on that, but they have always little specifics, which they're very important in their environments. For instance, in Dubrovnik, there is this saying that if you see sea urchin in the water, this means that the water is really pure, really good for swimming for you. Well, that's not always the truth, and is not always the case. Because sometimes actually these creatures don't have enough space, neither time to move away quick enough. And our presence is just like being there, you know? So within this work, I try to speak about this kind of different tensions which they're coming through the communities, you know? It's like that community is very relying on the touristic industry. And this cannot just change from today to tomorrow. And that's why we have been looking to different perspectives. We had also, for instance, lots of like talks with people living in Dubrovnik, people which they have like apartments for tourists, to try to engage, encourage them to use mostly biodegradable detergents and stuff, which is like on daily basis that we can use in different ways, you know, because this kind of sensing, and what I try to show, especially with the big projection, is like the tentacles of the sea urchins. They're the eyes, they're the body, they're the sensing, sensory perception. Because ocean is full of sounds, but it's also full of different chemicals. And this chemistry is kind of like one of the main signal between different creatures, how they communicate, and how they understand its own environment and each other. And these kind of like chemical stressors can be very challenging sometimes. When I was in Dubrovnik doing that other research, I came across some divers which they have been taking out of the sea and putting up the balloons, which they have been showing the areas where the different mines or like grenades or stuff from the First or Second World War was there. And then I started to read more deeply about this topic of what and how we are still using ocean as deep blue hole. And during the residency at the Tara schooner, which was mentioned before already, it's a science vessel run through French private organization, and it was also last week here in Singapore. I proposed to them to work on this topic because I have been with them traveling the Baltic Sea. And when being on the Baltic, I realized Baltic is one of the most polluted oceans. It's like industrial ocean. It's like it's used so many years from us humans, more as a windmill. Economy is really big there, you know? It's like there's different aspects that sometimes we have to rethink, you know? And because there's lots of economy, they have been also doing lots of digging out all this different military waste, which was mostly dropped there after the Second World War, like huge amounts of it. The second part of this research I really wanted to understand also because somehow Adriatic Sea is my local sea, I'm like from there. I was really interested what is happening also in that problematic also by us. And I realized that there was not so many people wanted to speak with me publicly about it. Like Baltic is very researched. For last 15 years, there is like many different projects happening. I was working with Dr. Jacek Beltowski, who is like one of the main researchers there. So in Adriatic Sea, actually the most open for bringing me on the field with them have been special police forces, which they are actually diving around in Adriatic to pull out this kind of dangerous goods, which they're still being there. And why the problem is so strong, I would say, is the thing that what you see here, it's like these bombs, the requisites. They're all empty. This is like training ground for young divers, which they're entering into this police force unit to kind of know how to navigate around them and how to work with this kind of things when they see them in the sea. This is also when they're deploying it. So I developed a video essays, which they're talking from different perspectives on this, and also what you will see now is like a huge release of TNT, which is like still present in this military leftovers, I would say. Because the thing, what it is like the wars can maybe stop, but this thing is like still there. It's like 8 years later, the corrosion is doing its work, and slowly leakage is like slow violence, you know, it's still present. It's like the quantity is there. In seabed, you can get lots of it, and instead of the different measurements, we found many different chemicals which they are present instead of this. I organized also Symposium because I was not just like, didn't want to be the only one speaking about it.
The post-World War II practice of sea dumping munitions has left a legacy of environmental and safety concerns.
Female members would do a lot of design research, self-initiated. The German army kept Enigma a secret that represented an important...
Ongoing efforts are crucial to address these issues, ensuring the protection of marine ecosystems and human activities in affected regions.
So what I wanted to do when I was organizing Symposium, I asked also all the Symposium goers to agree with me that I could use their voices and their speech as a murmur instead of the audio. Because I was recording, like when I was in the Baltic Sea with Tara, we had been recording sound above the specific areas where it was not possible to even anchor. And the sound is like sound of the ocean, but when you start to be aware which kind of ocean and which kind of part of the ocean you listen to, it starts to feel different. And then this murmur of multiple voices, I wanted to bring also this, that with the Symposium I brought together the police forces, like civil defense force, different ecologists, you know, people which they are mostly many times together on the field trips fighting with each other. You know, because, you know, there's different ways how to look in these solutions, how to remove this kind of dangerous goods out of the seas. And with this kind of open discussions between these different groups, I think it's like, it's always possible, and hopefully finding also some solutions and also trying to think how to navigate this differently. This project, just to wrap it up, was kind of inspired because of this, all this what is happening again and again and again in our worlds. Because, you know, there is like different parts of the world, they're always under fire, I would say. There is always this kind of wishful thinking that we are living in the peaceful world, but there's all the time some tensions between us humans. And these human tensions, they're also leaving like really strong imprints also on the bodies of the others. Not only on ours, but also, and these scars are staying. So my message with this is just like, let's think about this when we speak about ecology, when we speak about the ecological griefs, and when we speak about how to coexist with each other and try to find like better solutions. So thank you for listening, and I give space for you. I think you are now.
Hey everyone. My name is Lachlan, and I just want to say how incredibly grateful I am to be here. To the ArtScience Museum, Magda, thank you for curating me within this amazing exhibition. To the OceanX team for all the incredible research, and all the other artists. I think you guys are all super inspiring, and I just love hearing everyone's perspective. And I wish we could have done this earlier. I think I would have loved a deep dive and get to know everyone's practice a little bit more from their perspective. I will quickly just go through and talk about my work. Funny enough, this is chronological order. You'd think this would be something to end on. But in April of 2019, I first visited Singapore and was able to work on this amazing fountain. I graduated art school in 2015, and I'm from Los Angeles, and I came back home to Los Angeles after studying, and I got a job working at Wet Design, which is a water fountain design firm. And I had just a remarkable education there for about 7 years, learning about how to shape light and water, and creating these crazy public artworks, spectacles, fountains, living ecosystems that use water and present these natural phenomena in kind of novel ways. So maybe you are familiar with this. If you're not, you should check out your airport about 30 minutes away. We worked with the Softy architects on this, which also created this amazing building that we are in right now. And my role in this project was to work on the flow rate of the water along with the lighting design. And you'll see that is kind of a through line in a lot of my work, really interested in water and light and sound as artistic mediums and things that can be shaped. I felt like kind of early on that natural phenomena is kind of the most incredible thing, and that so many of the other tools that are available to us could potentially limit the kind of output that we create. And so looking at nature as potentially the wellspring or the source of those things rather than working with predetermined tools. So this was done with a huge team of people. This is like a 150-person company that worked on this, but and I played a small role, but it was instrumental in how I think about creating the work that I do. So you can see here, this is us in the evening. It was like a giant construction site, and we were arrayed around a dozen really crazy Christie projectors, which is, I was noticing we're using those here as well, around this 40-meter tall fountain with recycled rainwater. And we were basically using it as a kind of holographic screen and trying to find ways to make the light feel like it is a sculptural element. And we were oftentimes tracking, I did these tests at night where I would send light down and see how long it takes the water to fall. And the water wouldn't fall at a consistent rate. It would start really slowly, and then it would pick up speed and energy as things do as they fall. And so we were playing with that and creating content that would go the other way and make you almost feel like you're falling off balance or feeling kind of vertiginous, because you can really play with our expectations of gravity and physics and those kinds of fundamental things, which are things that I like to play with. This is another fountain that I did in 2021. So that opened in April here, 2019. This fountain was in Dubai, and it is this large 40-meter diameter basin where we would have these surging tanks of water cascade over the sides. And it was my role to basically play these like a piano. So I created a suite of shows that would basically bring this rushing water down. The moment we opened it up, the public just ran to it. It was really a remarkable experience. You had so many security guards like telling people to get off the walls, and we were like, you can't stop them. Like, they love this. And so it was like a safety thing of being like, you can't go too high. But really what this was is a permeable substrate, an aggregate right like around their feet. And so these waves would come rushing down and then just immediately disappear through the grate below you. You didn't really know that would happen though. And so as you would stand there, you get this kind of adrenaline rush. You'd feel like you're about to get overwhelmed by this wave, and then it would just disappear at your feet. And also at nighttime, we created a system using projectors, infrared cameras to film the waves as they would fall, and then in real time project those back onto the waves themselves. So as opposed to just illuminating it with like really spotlights or anything like that, or projection content, that was maybe not related to what you're seeing. We were filming it and projecting back onto itself with the image of itself. And so you'd get these really interesting things where like the force and the surge of the water as it would hit the wall would create a brighter display that would then be projected back onto it. So it really was tied to the physical characteristics of these surging waterfalls, and kind of created a very similar effect to bioluminescence, in the same way that the waves will crash on the shore and be brighter in those moments of agitation. The same thing could happen here, but it wouldn't be a blue light. I was able to color it in a myriad of ways. And so in COVID, I began to really focus in on my own art practice. I used it as an opportunity to, I did these remarkably large, big projects, but I wanted to kind of go back to my roots and to see kind of where my interests in all of this began. And one of those really was this idea of shaping light with water, using water itself as a form of technology, as an optic, as a lens, something that could be malleable and in real time shape reflected light or water. So in the same way that you'll see light shimmer on the bottom of a swimming pool or on the bottom of the ocean, that was this phenomena that I really wanted to harness. So I created these mirrored vessels, very inspired by an artist named Anish Kapoor. You can see his piece upstairs actually, so that was kind of cool to see. He created these large parabolic mirrors that are angled to reflect the sky and kind of invert everything around them, creating this like virtual image. And I started creating these vessels using those same kind of fundamental techniques of mirrored optics. And instead of seeing them as just mirrors in of themselves, it was this idea of creating a vessel that you would pour water into such that the water would disappear, or could I create something that, like water, disappeared into the surroundings that it was placed within? So here's an instance where the shroud of these vessels would sort of become this visual paradox and sort of almost appear to not exist. Here's it in another instance. And then with all of these, I put speakers beneath them and used sound as a chisel to shape the surface of the water into cymatic waves. Cymatics is a branch of physics, study of wave phenomena or periodic phenomena. You might recognize it from Chladni plates, where they would bow the side of a metal plate with sand atop it, and you get these nodal lines where the sand will form. And with water, it creates a series of very fractal wave patterns that higher frequencies generate much more tight-knit wave patterns, and lower frequencies will become these large sloshing waves. And this kind of phenomena can be seen at every scale of nature. It's happening in amoeba, it's happening at planetary scale. So I've spent really the last decade looking at this kind of phenomena and using it within my practice to sculpt and shape water. Had some amazing opportunities to scale this work up and created a series of vessels ranging from 2 feet in diameter to about 6 feet in diameter. And as you would approach these vessels, they would vibrate, so they would fall into resonance with you. I think a through line in a lot of this work is my interest in like placing us humans in direct contact with many of nature's natural phenomena, and giving us an opportunity to really explore it and to experience it and to unpack that experience ourselves. I'll say one thing about this frequency. The water would slosh at such a strange rate that it almost, a lot of people came up to me and was like, this looks like stop motion, or it feels like an animation, and it's totally a natural thing that's happening. And I think that we just don't ever see water moving at such a consistent clip, at such a large scale, and sitting there for a long time, it starts to really play with your concept of time. You can get kind of like lost in it, and yeah, things feel sometimes like maybe when you see like a strobe light, something like that, and you see people like on a dance floor and they kind of feel like they're moving like sort of strangely. This was doing something like that, which very interesting thing and that I didn't expect when creating this work, and I love those kinds of surprises. I like finding things in the work. I feel like a researcher myself, even though so much of it is enacting these spaces and things to take place. There's always something to learn from the presentation of them. Here is a work called Wave Space. This is very kind of, I think, pivotal to my practice. It is sort of the same phenomena that you're seeing in the previous works. It's a mirrored vessel with a pool of water that's being vibrated with sound in the center. But I'm using custom optics that are projecting all of those wave patterns overhead. So the idea here was to really create kind of a liquid planetarium, and you get immersed. It fills your entire visual field, a kind of kaleidoscopic display of light moving with a very organic way. It feels like looking at clouds or into a fire. And the same way with the other work, you can get kind of lost. I think that's a common through line as well, as this meditative state or state of wordless thought that can arise when looking at this work. Here's another photo of that setup. We are able to achieve some pretty remarkable symmetry in a lot of this. So this is all generated just using water and frequency vibration. And it's not being photographed and projected digitally. It's all taking the light, or like using optics and lensing it and focusing it onto the ceiling overhead. So I think that might be another thing that in my time working on fountains is just really placing you in direct contact with many of these phenomena. So this is a really high frequency cymatic pattern, and this would be a much lower frequency cymatic pattern. So you've got much bigger motions of waves happening here versus the prior image. In 2024, I spent the year really working in the outdoors, and here you can see some submersible speakers that we brought into a fluvial lake. It's a temporary lake in a desert that traditionally doesn't have much rainfall. So this was an amazing scene. It was the lowest point in the continental United States. It's in a place called Death Valley, and it's normally a barren salt flat. And we had this really strange weather event. A lot of rain came through, and we had about a foot of water that was so salty. It was like there's nothing living in it, and all my gear got so incredibly salty. I even lost a camera in this film shoot because it fell into the water, but I was able to get some things out of it. And we placed this wave maker device, is what we were calling it. So it's a really low frequency transducer. So much of the work that we've seen from the amazing artists here, they're collecting sound from these environments. Here's an instance where I'm projecting sound back, I guess very similar to Marco's project, but in this instance, it's not really, it's such a low frequency sound that it is more akin to like a piston moving as opposed to a speaker vibrating. And what we were able to do is generate wave patterns that moved like 100 feet in every direction from this central point. So at sunset, as the sky became this beautiful cascade of colors, this was just a really amazing proof of concept that we were able to do this, and we just have installed a couple of these now for a new public fountain, and I think I'll be making a lot more work in this vein. Here's a higher frequency using the same setup. Earlier that day, I was projecting some lasers into this body of water, and this is sort of another practice. A lot of the other work that you're seeing has a lot to do with sound and frequency and vibration. This body of work was this was the start of another body of work that really emphasizes light as the primary medium. Of course, though, using water as well. This is projected onto that same reflecting lake in the Death Valley. And these experiments led to the work that I'm presenting here, which is a light sculpture that you are able to go and explore downstairs if you haven't already. What I was doing in these instances is projecting a laser projector out into nature, experimenting with this new form of light creation. So the way that the images on the screen behind me are projected is created using a DLP projector, most likely. So it's kind of like an LCD screen, or that a really bright light is shining through and then projecting onto the screen. It's like a transparent LCD screen, very similar to the TVs that we might have in our homes. A laser projector is really different. It's like a 3D printer of light. And I think that's one of the things that, going back all the way to projecting lights onto Joule, that rain vortex, is this idea of turning light into a physical, palpable object in and of itself. And here, the laser projector is shining into the ocean. It's getting caught by all the sea spray in the air, especially right above the horizon line there. You can see really where all the waves are crashing and creating a much brighter band of color. But this is photographed. A lot of people ask me, like, how high is the crane that you're on, or how big is the drone? And it's so much more simple than that. It's a forced perspective situation where it's just a cone of light terminating in a line, and the projector is no higher than, say, my hand here, but I have my camera situated directly beneath it and in front of it, such that the lines of the perspective is completely flattened by the camera lensing. So it appears to be this flat plane, more akin to a wall or like a sheet of acrylic than it is to a projection. So this was a really exciting discovery for me, and I proceeded to iterate on it in all different sorts of natural locations where the phase shift between water and vapor is really prevalent. So here is in a natural hot springs in Mojave, shot at 4 in the morning. That's another aspect of this practice that was really important, was that there was this collaboration between artificial light and natural light. So I'm going to move quickly through these because I'm taking more time than I thought I was going to take. Here's another instance where I've got some mist in the air that this beam is being caught and made to feel like it is a plane of light. Here I'm projecting 4 lines, and those lines are shifting through the surface of the water and down to the bottom of the water, and it's the silt in this hot springs that is revealing that to our eye and making light feel palpable and tangible. I was working outdoors throughout most of 2024, and in 2025 brought this into the studio space to begin iterating with it in a more controlled way. And that's when I started working within like aquarium spaces and creating interactive interactions with this work. So enabling these light planes to not only feel like a physical object, but then to also move and respond to our touch and to our presence. And this was kind of a proof of concept that I then worked for about a year to actualize into the piece that you're going to see downstairs. The key tenets of this practice is really to take light, which begins at a single point and diverges, shines outward in a cone, and to redirect it through custom lensing to create 2 parallel lines. And it's a really simple, formal shift of the way that light normally falls, but has a pretty profound, I think, psychological effect on when we see it from that first instance. It feels not like light, but like a curtain or architecture, an object. And that for me is kind of the thesis and really where I've been really trying to take this work. But it also moves with the fluidity through the interaction design. We were able to kind of imbue it with physical characteristics. And the experience of walking through it is kind of like swimming. And so I think that it's paired really lovely here with the rest of the amazing artists and demonstrations of what OceanX has been gathering as research and material. So we created 6 of these. We have a 7th one in the studio, and you guys have that one here in downstairs in the exhibition. These are some exhibition photos of it when we first premiered it in Milan back in 2025. And some of the fun things we're able to do is to fold the light back on itself and kind of create these curtains in midair. And we did a series of 1 through 6. Here's, you can see 2 cusps. So we're able to take this lens and shape it into new ways. So it's a really strange experience to see the light almost feeling like it's bending in the air. And yeah, it's pretty much, that's my talk. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. So my name is Mint. All right. So my name is Mint. I'm a exhibitions producer at bit.studio. So I want to speak for my team that we are so happy to be here to exhibit Frog Off here at ArtScience Museum and to be like a part of the ocean. All right. So today I will begin with my team first, and then about Frog Off, and then tell you about how the frog can move together. So, some might wonder what is the bit.studio, who we are, and what we do. So, bit.studio is the creative technologies studio based in Bangkok, Thailand. And it is where that many people work together from many fields like art, science, software, and hardware engineering. So we work together as a group of people. And so we have like one focus that we want to work in the intersection of art, science, and architecture. And since 2012, we have been created joyful experiences by blending technology with creativity and exploring new possibilities. So these are the example of our works. So apart from Frog Off, we also have many works that we are currently exploring for the new horizon. And Frog Off is the direct result of that approach, like art, science, and technology. And it is the meeting point between technology and imagination. And we've been doing this for many years. We have many prototypes. We have countless experiments on the balloons. And for those who haven't seen it yet, this is Frog Off. So it is a group of fish-shaped balloons that moving together as a frog. Frog Off was exhibited first in Bangkok, Thailand in 2023. And it has since traveled to 1460, but right now it's 15, right, as we exhibited in Singapore. And the idea of the Frog Off came from the simple question, like what if the fish could develop new habit? What if the fish can fly up in the sky? Like they do not need to swim in the water anymore. So from that question, it is like become our starting point for this project. So and then the way we create this creature. So we noticed that normally robotics can feel intimidating, keep people some distance, and we want to do the opposite. So we want to create the creature that invite people to come closer, interact with them, and get connected. And so moving on to how does it work? So the idea is quite simple. So actually, it starts from one question. So how can we make the balloon float in the air? So we test, we experiment, And then we find the answer that, oh, maybe we need to fill with helium gas. So helium gas is lighter than the air. So when we fill it inside the balloon, it can float. But then just only floating is not enough. So we give it motors so that it can move in different direction. And then with that movement and the floating is not enough. So we give it one battery for each balloon so that it can have power and energy to move. And this is how one single balloon can move in the space. But then the magic is that how each balloon can move together as a frog. So we decide to put sensors throughout the space. And when sensors communicate to each balloon, it will know where they are and where they should go. And that kind of the real-time data will send back to the control system. So the control system will monitor and control the whole frog. So this is when the whole frog can move together in a harmony. And so for us, this artwork shows how technology can be used as a paintbrush, like a tool that can create experiences as poetic and beautiful as nature itself. And the work is open to interpretation. We invite you to experience and discover your own meaning in it. We hope it sparks your curiosity, inspiration, and sense of joy. And we can't wait to see your reaction. Thank you.
Would love to start at the beginning and maybe ask each of the artists and practitioners in the panel to talk a little bit about what drew you first to oceans or marine environments as a medium or subject or a field of inquiry. And maybe we can start with Marco, because Marco is next to me.
There you go. So, sorry, I was not listening. Sorry, one more time.
Okay, cool, listen to the question. Okay, well, I'd love to find out from each of you what drew you to the ocean or marine environments, whether it's as a subject or whether it's a field of inquiry, as a discipline.
So I think I have been working on land for many years, actually. My first work was swan, you saw it in the presentation before, and then the woodpeckers, and then moss, and then... the first work that brought me to the ocean was clams, which is a series of kinetic sound sculptures that interact in real time with the live data water quality, right? And I was inspired by the biology and the functionality of this incredible species. So the clams in nature, they are a detector of pollutants and they serve filtration systems, right? So all they do in their life is opening and closing, well, very, very small actually, not so much, but they open and close, and why they open and close to feed themselves, they actually filter water. So it's incredible that a clam of this size can actually filter up to 2 liters of water daily, right? So this was my first, let's say, deep intro into the ocean that brought me to the Philippines for research in the island of Malapascua. And there I met the corals. And I developed some sort of relationship of empathy, compassion, and friendship, right, with the species. And they are so incredible, like it was nothing like I have been exploring before in other ones. And so then I started to think about how can I spread the word about the species, the incredible ability of it, the danger that is that they are facing, that we are facing without them. And the first artwork of corals was then in 2020 with the Technische Universität, where I collaborate also with Danwei, with the NUS and the NTU here. And then I think it was just a path that went through, you know, like it's at least the way that I work. It's I based mainly all my life in luck and instinct. So many times I follow the flow. An idea comes into your life, and if you're able to lock it, right, and to and to go for it, right? You follow some kind of path that brings you into different places, into different phases of your research and your life. And if you are brave enough of not jumping out the train, but stay on it, then it brings you to new dimensions that can be also negative. But most of the time, you're, at least in my experience, the gratitude or the gratitude and as well the bravery that you put into a project is always paying off at the end of the road, if there will be any end of the road for such a project.
So nicely put, Marco. Really, I really love this, you know, the looking on the ideas and when we are like floating with them further, because this is also something, how it happened to me, you know, it was also, I was actually working more about this kind of how to understand the immortality, limits of our bodies, how we are always like trying to be inspired by biology to understand us, or with other bodies of other creatures to understand our bodies, but then we have so many differences that sometimes we are not able to understand them. And looking into that, somehow I came across jellyfishes. Because there is also one specific species of jellyfish which is living actually in the waters around Japan, which I think they have been doing waves in the news, I think 10 years ago, something like this, which they're able to go from the adulthood back to the polyp state and back to adulthood. So it's like, you know, if I don't feel comfortable, if the environment doesn't feel good, I could just go back to the 5 years old. This would be amazing for one hand, and also very complicated for all of us societies also, but I think it could be really funky, you know, to have society dealing with this kind of differences, I would say. Because I was for a while really driven by this kind of like rethinking evolutionary patterns, which species and how we build up, and how the story about the evolution we are talking to each other, you know? Because one thing is always how to challenge the knowledge. And what I figured out with being around marine species and marine biologists and different interdisciplinary teams is also this to think the world differently that I'm used to. And I love that. I love to be exposed to the sounds that I would not be able to hear otherwise, because, you know, the creatures that we all, it wasn't agreed that we will do that, but everybody wanted to bring their species with us on the stage, no, today. And I think it was very beautiful to hear different sonic presence from different oceans and seas. And that's one of that beauties, and I think we can talk about this also later on, but it's just like the beauty going beyond our sensory perception. I think it's something that is really good for us as humans, to help us to go out of our egoistical kind of borders, but also to think with others differently.
And Jana, what about you? Does it have anything to do at all with Oslo being surrounded by bodies of water? Is that why you started your practice looking into sort of marine ecologies?
Could you repeat what you mean? That marine, looking into, what did you say? Is it a different question now?
No, it's the same question. Literally, like just panning over to you very quickly.
I had like Okay, can you repeat the question, please?
When you started working, obviously, on underwater recordings, has it got anything to do with Oslo being surrounded by bodies of water?
Yeah, but I think I got confused by that, because Oslo isn't surrounded by water. Oslo is an end of a thin fjord which is dying. So it's not really surrounded by water. But I was born in the north of Norway by the water, and my mother took me to the coast when I was 3 weeks old, to a place on the south where she was born. And it made a huge imprint on me, I think, when I was just 3 months old. And I always returned to that place. And I spent my childhood, I was, what should I say, I was very lucky that I was able to roam around on my own and explore, be out at sea and out in the water for hours and hours and hours on my own. So I had the possibility to be being with the ocean from a very young age. And I learned a lot from my grandparents and like stories that he told about the fish that was around in the outer Oslofjord, where I used to go, where the ocean is opening up towards Denmark and the UK and the North Sea further up. He told me about these huge fish, you know, like, and my mother also told me about schools of fish and the salmon that was there. And when I was fishing around when I was 11, 12, there was like small cod. That was what we got, or some crabs. And, you know, all the way until I moved to the west coast of Norway, I didn't really see the large and high biodiversity because it was lost. So, you know, in the time when I've been recording, like the last 20 years, or when I started to record around water was really in 1992 in London and the Thames. And I started working with, you know, sound of water around and in water. And I built my own kind of piezos at first and tried to kind of just, you know, exploring, putting it in water and see what happens. And I was really excited, you know, having a background, wanting to be a marine biologist and studying science, and then kind of seeing, oh shit, this fish makes sound, you know. And I was so excited when I first heard the wild cod in the fjord on the west coast, where there still is quite a high biodiversity. I realized it was so massive complexity of an exciting kind of, you can hear the biodiversity. That's what I mentioned in my talk also is in Jana, there you can really hear the biodiversity, all the different species together. So I don't really see the ocean as a medium. I think your question originally, which I was sort of looking at, was I don't see the ocean as a medium as part of my life, and I feel at home with it.
And what about Ersin, Lachlan, and Mint? Has it been an intuitive, close relationship from the start, or was it quite serendipitous as well?
It is shocking that every time when I start narrowing my attention onto something through a very empirical pathway, I just face with my own ignorance. Same thing happened with the forests. You know, I grew up next to a forest, I grew up next to a lake, and I knew nothing about those things. So I guess this, and the ocean wasn't any different. And now I'm obviously seeking a more, almost a spiritual opening to relate to one another and, you know, the other species. But the entry point has always been somehow through these empirical windows where I get to listen to these species. How do they make that sound? And then that leads to like, holy shit, how do they talk to each other then? And some point the empirical thought ends with our scientific understanding. The rest is this wondrous space. But it's never, you know, I fell in love with a fish and then I start interested in it. It's like reading about the fish and then falling in love with the fish has been the journey. But now I think, yeah, I am becoming more fish literate day by day.
So my interest with water came through an interest in shaping light, really. And like I was saying, like the bottom of the ocean floor, the bottom of a swimming pool on a sunny day, the way that you're getting the full broadband spectrum of sunlight separated like a prism into these rainbow colors, alternately focusing and scattering, creating these caustic patterns. So that was something that I just was enamored with. I felt like a complete fascination, and also felt there to be like projectors are expensive, cameras are expensive, but water's everywhere. And can I harness it and shape it and use it as an optic? So much of what I was doing initially was thinking about where it terminated, where that kind of caustic would fall onto a plane, and in the process of falling down the rabbit hole and being confronted with my own ignorance about a million different things, becoming interested in this other aspect, the volumetric aspect, and that more recent work being these kind of the light not being where it projects and ends, but being the journey as it gets there. And I found that to be so similar to my experiences of going like snorkeling off the Channel Islands and like swimming down into these like kelp forests and looking up and seeing the light stream down and realizing like I've kind of recreated something quite similar. It's this weird thing as an artist. You have this inspiration and you don't know where it's going to take you, and it takes you you know, and there's still a million different ways to interpret it as well. So.
All right. So most of our artwork at bit.studio was inspired by nature, and especially frog off. So I think ocean is part of the nature, and it's once the home of our fish, our frog off. I mean, right now it's not. Right now our fish is up in the air, like not swim anymore. But yeah. It was once the home of our fish. And I mean, if the home is destroyed, there's no land, no home for the fish to coming back. So I think that is like how it leads to the ocean for the fish. And also, we would be happy if our artwork encourage people to think about the ocean, to have empathy of the fish, of the other animals, other creatures. Yeah.
And I wonder if Siang is still here. Maybe he isn't. But in session 1, he brought up that for him at least, and I think it applies to a lot of people as well, that in order for you to feel an affinity to oceanic and marine environments, you have to know what is in there, and you have to be able to visualize that. But I thought it might be interesting to pose a question to maybe a couple of you on this panel, because the ocean appears in a very indirect way in your works. We encounter it through sound, through traces, you know, signals, movements, relationships, and maybe I would go to Marco, Robertina, Ersin, as well as Jana. What do you feel that sound allows us to understand about marine ecosystems that visual representation alone cannot do? For you, does listening shape your relationship with the ocean differently than looking at it?
The relationship is, of course, absolutely different. As before, it was also stated in one of the first panels, humans be visual animals, no? It's like everything beyond visual is kind of secondary, and in the ocean this changes. After 200 meters is a twilight, then it's darkness, so all the sensory perception of others are already different. For us humans, that's super complicated. We have to have lots of gear on us to be able to be somewhere there, and that's what's great that OceanX is even having this kind of possibility to drift with the submersible so deep down. Like, I would love to experience this once, just to look for the whole group, I think. But it's just like, you know, and this kind of changes everything, you know, the way how the creatures are kind of referring to each other. And I always like to encourage all of us to think about their sounds beyond just like mating or communicating or signaling. I'm pretty sure they're chit-chatting, gossiping, pretty sure they like some of people there, like some other fish, some not, you know, like, I think that all this kind of vivid presence of that sonic places we should cherish, no? And as you heard also in the example of the song that I played before, the presence of humans is felt from different ways, and also sonically we are extremely present. And this is something that could be changed, hopefully soon, if the industry will be able to change. And yeah, so it's like, I stop here. I think Marco can jump in with this, or Jana. So much about the fish.
Fish, no, is it on? Yeah. No, I just thought about Roger Payne and that vinyl that he released in the, was it late 60s, early 70s, right? 77. Was that late? Are you sure? No, 60s. Yeah, okay. But it was a vinyl that was with humpback whale song, you know, that's really changed because people felt a lot, you know. I mean, sound comes close to you. It goes directly to your emotion, and it's also a very physical medium. It's kind of very much like why I'm also using sound, composing in sound with sound in space. You know, the reason I was starting to record fish also in that, and thinking that we years later, you know, was really also the small creatures are making sound and they are communicating, and they're not just doing the mating, or it's not just snapping shrimp that makes pistol shrimps that make sound. These more complex female fish are making sound. They are different, as I mentioned in the talk, like dialects and regional differences fish. So I just also wanted to put the attention to smaller creatures through sound. So I think that is, wow, they're talking together. That kind of gives us a kind of, as humans, a very ignorant, and as we are, you know, to other creatures, really. So I think it makes us, as it did with Roger Payne's release, you know, and it seems to have been forgotten for a while. I think that creatures underwater make sounds, because it's been known for a long, long time, really. We just were kind of forgotten. I think because we make so much noise that we kind of can't hear it, and when we're diving, all the kind of bubbles we make, but now rebreeding is more safe. Rebreeders are more safe. And I hopefully hope that somebody can figure out a way to give me some gills, you know. You're young people.
Yeah, I think, so going back to what Robertina said, like that down then deep in the ocean there is no light and sound is their main reference. It's not only down deep, no, when like coral larvae are small, they just drift following vibrations, following sound, because they have no eyes, right? So they go, yeah, exactly. So they follow certain instinct, which is like a sonic, the sonic part of the ocean, right? And this is fascinating, right? And going back to what Jana as well was saying, that I forgot now, I don't know, like I should have read it down like you do, actually. It was very interesting. I wanted to pick it back, but no, that, so sound is also like, yeah, the way of listening, right? So that we used to listen much more, right? Communication, this is something that we came up with, and it's very important for all of us, right? Communication, the effect of understanding each other, right? I don't know, for me, it's like, it's cheap, but it is what it is. Like if I meet an Italian and we are able to like communicate in a different way through the same language, there is a different bonding which is happening much faster, unless you don't like the person, right? But there is a different bonding which is happening much faster. And this is what I believe, that the bringing the sound from the more human communities to actually the humans, right? In a more poppy way, from art into pop, through listening, it creates some kind of empathy from our side that, you know, they have a voice as well. They communicate, they chit-chat, they gossip, right? It's not only about mating, it's not about like many things that we heard. It's very different. And I believe that we build like this empathy and open a new, slightly a new door in our art to accept other species too, and do not think of us anymore like the top of the chain, like the human on top of everything, right? So I believe firmly that this is happening, because this is what happened with the record, the example with the whale is like the clear experiment that this works. And I hope that, through these exhibitions and through these explorations of OceanX and through our work of all of us together, right, that Jana was telling yesterday at lunch, let's make a project all together, right? This is like, I think what is happening in arts is like we all copy each other very bad, and it's clear, right? We all like steal from each other, which is beautiful because it's not very stealing. It's like getting inspired. Like you get in a moment like yesterday lunch, you start to talk about gear, you start to talk about sounds, and you understand how much affinity and how much closer we are to each other, and how much we inspire each other. So it's, I don't know how to call it, how it's the word in English, but it's called staffetta in Italian. The thing that you run and then you give the flag race. Yeah, that one. So I think in art field, somehow this is what is happening, right? And when you deal with the ocean and with ecology and the work that we do, it's like passing the word through one another, inspiring one another, and making the movement grow and grow and grow. So in this way, you bring it to the audience in a different way, because it has been through so many emotions, through so many years of experiences, right? Through so many different disciplines that it's impossible for the audience that come and see your work and the exhibition not like breathing it in, right? As you were saying before, it's just impossible. So keep up the good work, guys.
I guess the familiarity brings the space for that empathy. And when we think about the water as a medium, or the species is like, what is water for a fish? What is air to us? If you were to take a square meter slice of the atmosphere and all the way up, the pressure above you is around 27 tons. Do you feel it? No, you're born into this. You're born into this gravity. You're born into these ears and eyes. And on top of that, we've got incredible abilities to, those visually impaired people who can develop, functions of echolocation. Therefore, actually, we can tune our sensing to feel differently or see differently. So we've got an opportunity to, and plasticity in our cognition, to expand how we feel and see the world. And I'm basically taking cues from the ocean, or looking at a bottlenose dolphin, that their auditory organ is inside of their visual cortex. For them, seeing and hearing is one unified, sense of perception. So how do we take some of those cues from the ocean and these incredible species, how they conduct their lives and how they perceive reality, and translate them into ways we can expand our sense of self to include that vastness? And I think each of these angles is representing that part, where we can have a space to start imagining what is it like to be one, and potentially exercising or meditating on those experiences, because we can arrive in different places with altered state of consciousness, but also these works, which we hope, I think, create some shortcuts to access that space, to kind of spark that feeling.
We would love to take questions from the audience. I think I missed questions in session 1, so we would love to prioritize any questions that you might have for the artists in this panel. Do we have any questions? All right, we have a question from Mr. Go.
Hi, I was wondering whether you have a favorite sound, audio clip, or like a favorite song, and is that what you listen to relax, or are you always like on creative mode all the time? Because water, light, and sound is always all around us. So yeah, just wondering. Thanks.
Roger Payne's album is on Spotify. It's beautiful. Like, nothing puts me in sleep better than that. Try it. It's incredible.
I have a confession to make. I stole a sound from Robertina about the shrimp in Mexico. we did it. I didn't steal it. We did a project together. We shared it, and since then I actually listened to these incredible creatures to relax, and it works. It's very, very beautiful. They're shrimps.
They're actually shrimps from Bergen. They have like several creatures which I like to use, and that clip I share with many artists. Also, one friend from Mexico, like Lena Ortega, is using it in her works and so on. We joke that these are world-famous shrimps, next to Jana's, of course. But just like Luc Ferraris, it's for me beautiful sound artist from 60s who was doing this kind of between land and the ocean sonic compositions. So I would encourage you also to listen to that. And maybe just like take lots of walks in the forest and try to figure out different birds. And similar is then also with the ocean. When you start to listen to the sounds of the ocean, the beginning it's like cacophony of sounds, but then after years we all start to kind of get idea which species is who. So and then it starts to be personal, as you said, Erin, no? Like more we know about some specific creature, more we feel connected with it.
Yeah, no, I think in the mornings, sometimes I just sit outside on the stairs and, having a cup of coffee and just like closing my eyes and then listen to the different distances, like really far away, closer and really close to me. And that's like always favorites coming every day, And it's a really wonderful practice to do, just to, and in terms of particularly, I feel good when I'm inside or I have a 10 speakers set up around me in my studio, and when it's sort of there and I can be inside of it as I am inside of it outside. It's a good feeling, but the favorites keep coming. I don't really like to think about favorites. It's just like,
I don't have a favorite thing to listen to, but I'll tell you after listening to some of Jana's music, I want to get that album that you were sharing. Yeah. I'll be putting that on.
So for me right now, it is the sound of the mechanic of the fish balloon. So when you enter the space, you can hear the sound of the motor that moving. There is like one sound from the rack, so move back and forth, and then the sound from the motor at the back. So when you hear it, you close your eye. At one point, you can feel that there is a life. You can hear the heartbeat of the balloon. Yeah, and I think that is the sound that somehow you can take it from meditation. Yeah.
You have a playlist. You also have a series of listening exercises. Do we have another question from the audience? The gentleman in the second row, please.
A slightly technical question for Mint about flocking behavior. You mentioned that you're using a central controller for your flock, but I'm wondering, there's a set of 3 rules for flocking that's been used in simulation since the 80s. The match velocity, don't collide, move towards the center, which doesn't need a central controller. Did you try a decentralized control mechanism first or not?
So actually, it is a centralized system. Yeah. So we have the control system like laptop, router that control the whole flock. So actually, we control each balloon by knowing their location. So that balloon talk to sensor that throughout the space. So when we have that real-time data of the 3D projectile, that 3D coordinates, so that when the control system can control and monitor each balloon. Yeah.
We weren't expecting a technical question at an ocean conservation symposium, but there was a really refreshing one to come across. Thank you. Do we have another question from the audience? All right, on the side. All right.
Hi. First of all, I just want to say that I'm sure everybody here found your talks very inspiring. My question is not very technical. It's more, I think, maybe personal. if you could live with one sense for the rest of your life that you can incorporate into your art, I don't know, like sight, you know, smell, anything, like what would it be? Like you can only, you know, like hear for your rest of life or see for the rest of your life.
No, but I see sound inside. Closing your eyes, you kind of, I can see the colors and the shapes, and so I don't know if I would. I see the senses as very connected, and they are also quite more connected and they're not separate. So if you were, I don't know, I don't want to choose, but just,
synesthesia.
Synesthesia, yeah, for sure. I wasn't aware of it before I started talking about it with my partner, and I was talking how it looked like what he was doing. I was like, yeah, and I thought everybody did that. Maybe everybody does. Do you?
I do.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Okay. Do we all see the sound, right?
Mm.
And
But
hear the lights?
Yeah.
So we probably all kind of.
I think everybody can do it. I think it's
I think actually everybody.
It's something that you can learn, like creativity. Like people are sometimes like, oh, you're an artist. Like, how did you? You're just so creative. It's like it's you work at these things, and you can work work all these facilities. But
I think it activates the presence of it, challenges.
The senses are weird. Like we think them as these Aristotelian 5 things, but actually there are like around 30 different senses. Our organs know which side is upside down. We know our heartbeat subconsciously. So, like the touch is made of 5 different receptors. It's never so. I guess this. And I was thinking when you asked the question, do I just wanna like ignore all and hear my heartbeat? Heartbeat is this incredible physiological response to all the changes, but also it's very innately connected to your emotions. Like, you can know whether you're gonna be ill in a month by looking at your heartbeat. You can know whether you're nervous or excited by being in the presence of someone without even being in the same room. So, or like you can feel next to a tree in a particular way that could be traced in your heartbeat. So I think it's obviously, I don't want to give up on my sight. I love it, my ears. But if I have to one, then that might be the one. That's like a superpower. I'd go for the heartbeat sense.
We appreciate the speculative question. I think they cheated a little bit with their responses, but that's okay, I think, yeah. Do we have another question from the audience? All right, we have one from the lady.
Sorry. Hi, I really enjoyed all of your talks. I think my question is more directed to the sound people. I think I remember reading in the news that whales have stopped singing. This is quite specific, but I'm just wondering if you guys have I don't know, the changes that you guys have encountered over the course of your work. Have the whales stopped singing? Have the fish been speaking differently? I don't know.
I've got facts. You've got facts.
We have all mics and we can just do it in
stereo. So it is known that wherever the heavy shipping traffic increases, it's known that the whales speak not just less, but also they change frequencies in order to fit. But there's only so many frequencies they can really go with their physiology unless they evolve. So, and they go quiet. It is known. It is known that wherever deforestation happens, the birds there go quieter. So it is really sad that the most troubling thing with the anthropogenic noise pollution is once it's gone, you can't really trace it, like plastic. You can tell there was plastic and it's still there, it is there. Whereas sound, anthropogenic noise pollution, the sonar, the shipping traffic, once it's passed, as if nothing happened, but it is still in the stress hormones of the fish, the whales. So it is really hard to trace, therefore it needs like these elaborate ways of fully understanding, and therefore it requires all these explanations. There is no one blanket. You know, obviously we can say anthropogenic noise pollution immensely affecting, but it's hard to communicate, and one of the things like how we need to simplify things for it to be a globally popular topic on the news. So yeah, I'm just, you know, trying to explain the struggle of why it's not communicated clearly. It is actually everywhere. When you look at it, like in between lines, anthropogenic noise pollution is the second worst thing that could happen to our oceans. And so they are changing their dialect, they are getting quieter, they are losing their sight. And also it is known that, you know, sonar pulses create what they call white walls. So it's like a big wall driving these whales off their route to coastal areas where they get trapped and die. So there are like these brutal ways of dying and not existing because of the sound and, you know, primarily anthropogenic noise pollution.
And it has been seen also that whales are avoiding areas, and they are avoiding to go and eat in areas to the way to starve. I mean, to go to starvation. I mean, actually starve because of avoiding areas that have fishing, have shipping lanes through it. So I really believe in sort of movable areas of restrictions for shipping lanes at times, you know, not. So now there is more done, as far as I know, of tracking where the whale migrations are, for example, and it should also, you know, with spawning grounds of fish and stuff like that you're at certain times of year. But then maybe already in that, maybe some of the scientists can also answer in the room.
I think we'll just take one last question from the lady in the second row, over here. Yeah.
Hi, thank you all for your amazing work. I guess it's just a very general question is, you're trying to address things and making this connection to a very big challenge that the world is facing. And I'm just curious how you think about taking this to different communities, like making your art accessible. Some of it requires a lot of high technology or expensive work, right? But many people need to see this. So I'm just curious how each of you, or maybe one or two of you, are thinking about that. Really curious.
Okay.
How to bring our art into like communities. Yeah. Well, you know, there is different ways of doing it somehow, no? So I can give you an example of what we did in Jamaica. We first started with the science community, right? From the Alligator Earth Foundation, so scientists and researchers, and then it went into divers and architects and so on. And once the work was done, while the work was about to happen, we reached out to the media, and we ended up on national TV and then national radio, and then people started to be interested on it, right? And then, okay, Jamaica is a very particular case, because then when they heard like, oh, they're putting sound system underwater, how cool is this? You know, the vibration, the fish, and so it somehow gained popularity in very quickly. So the community was very responsive to it, and we did an event when the work was finally installed and ready, where we invited the fisherman community as well as all the very rich people in the area, right? And we brought them together into a lunch that was cooked by the Maroons community, the indigenous community of Jamaica. And so they cooked a special meal, which is called cocoon, and it's like a bean, right? Which is it's full of proteins. And it was one of the food that the Maroons ate when the English were killing all the animals, right? Before, like when they were trying to get rid of them. And so they cooked, right, this incredible meal for us. And then we had a session with the dub poet and a Caribbean historian, so a panel discussion where we talked about communication and what was communication and colonialism and, you know, how do we care for other species. And he went more into science, and it became such a rich afternoon of everybody being together, you know, like no matter who you are or what you do. We opened the mics, you know, in the end, and people was just, you know, jamming on reggae beats about corals and sea, and it became so beautiful. And since then, you know, on my Instagram, people keeps on writing like, hey, I want to be part of this, or how do I go and see your work? How can I help? You know, like, I think I don't know what happened that day magically somehow, or like the power of sound or the underwater sound system. I have no idea, but somehow the connection that that day we opened between the community of the island and the more than human community on the reef was very, very rich and incredible, I would say. So, and regarding the technology, the way that I think of my work somehow is that once the technology is there, it's for everyone. You just need to make it accessible, meaning that instead of producing one sculpture and one buoy, you need to produce a bit more, so it becomes cheaper, and then you can just give it to people. And this is such a modular work, right? So once they have the loudspeaker and the buoy that, you know, powers everything, anyone can come up with the design on their own, which is close to their culture. They use their own material, which they find on their land. You know, like it's something that can become a project for the community, for everyone, when they start from zero, if somebody gives them the technology to do it. And I hope that's gonna be us at one point.
I would just add, there is also examples, not, you know, like one thing is like how to work with community to engage them. Another thing is also how to go cross-disciplinary, you know. Like for instance, with Jana, we kind of decided to put into this talks also the slides where the scientists are writing not only about us as inspiration, but taking our knowledge also into their scientific knowledge and vice versa. Because, you know, there's lots of this happening, but many times it's not so accessible because the science can be very expensive. No, it can be very expensive to get the different articles done online and so on. So I really support this open article system, because that is also something which should not stay only some specific resonating bubbles. So, and I think that, you know, with each of artworks that we spoke today, they are something that you see at the exhibition, but there is many levels beyond and under that. You know, it can be done through the workshops, through the different discussions, and so on. So it's like I like to organize symposiums, for instance, where I like to invite different, very, very opposite speakers to be together at the table and share the experience, for instance, and so on. Maybe you share something also?
Yeah, one of the reasons that I like to work with natural materials is that there's no language barrier and there's no cultural, like we all have an experience of light, we all have an experience of sound and water. These things are universal, and maybe in the same way that we can't understand the fish in the sea, but we hear their sounds and we get we can draw our own conclusion. I don't know. There's ways of speaking across cultural divides using these materials that I think that's what art has the capability of doing. It's like a non-verbal form of communication that says like 10 different things at once, and that's what I love about it.
We do apologize if we don't have time to. Oh, sorry. All right, Mint. Okay.
Yeah, I want to add on. So I think like for all of us, for all artists, we right now we're trying to translate the difficult data into something that people can experience. So I think some people may not feel the data, but they can feel the experiences. Yeah. So I think this is how our artwork can be and can do for people. And I think we try to make it to be like universal language, like everyone can understand it. So this is like the point that I think it can welcome people and try to engage people to interact with us.
We do apologize if we don't have time to get to all of your questions, but I think the artists will be here for a little bit. So if you want to come up and chat or share your thoughts with them, I think we can do that for about 5 minutes after the program today. And just love to share that many of the artists that we have on the panel have been in very, very long installs. So we are really, really grateful that all of you took the time to prepare for the talks today and to take part in this panel. So please join me in thanking all of them for a beautiful session too. And would also love to say a very quick thank you to the working team that has made this program possible. First of all, to the lead producer, Joreen, who's really the one who's been organizing every small and big aspect of the symposium. We have Charmaine, who is also supporting on production, and she's the one that you saw at the front of house. We have our wonderful technical crew, Kees and Fadila, our videography crew, Conclave, and we also have our photographer, I'm not sure, oh, there he is. Thank you so much. Yes, and most importantly, I think just echoing what everyone has been saying, we loved having you in this space and holding this space with so much care and so much thoughtfulness. And we hope you come up and chat and share your reflections with all of us if you can. And we hope you get a chance to see the exhibition as well, and not just the exhibition, but Jana's new installation that she has shaped with a lot of specificity to the Oculus, which is the B2 level of the museum. And you get to hear all her animal friends and the beautiful species that's just recorded in remote and maybe not so remote environments around the world. And that's a free admission installation, so please head down to B2 Oculus to experience that. And also, I'd love to just point out that Ersin is our art science resident, and he's going to be doing a residency-specific talk next week. It's a really interesting combination of speakers dialoguing on Buddhist thought, on ecologies, and Ersin will be doing the keynote lecture as well. And I think we still have some tickets left, so if you are interested to come, it's taking place in this space next Saturday at 2 p.m. as well. So with that, thank you everyone, and a final round to the amazing panel of speakers for today's symposium.